call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, will you please take a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Weddleton?
Here.
Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Here.
Ms. LaFrance?
Here.
Mr. Trainee?
Here.
Welcome back.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Dunbar?
Present.
Mr. Croft?
Here.
Mr. Peterson?
Present.
Mr. Constant?
Here.
Mr. Dyson?
Here.
Ms. Borowski?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we start tonight, this weekend we lost two well-known public servants in this country, President George H.W. Bush, and then here locally, Senator Betty Davis, who I know was a personal friend to a lot of people up here. So if we could, I'd ask for a brief moment of silence. Thank you. All right, minutes of previous meetings, there are none. I'm sorry, we missed the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. O'Hare, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Come to the mic, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Don't go far. I think we're about to have a fairly extended discussion. Not too extended, hopefully. Mr. Mayor, do you have a report tonight?
I have something to report, Mr. Chair.
Please, do tell.
First, two seismic events occurred over the last couple of days. One, you might have noticed, the public at least, a gap in the Assembly chair. I wanted to thank Assemblywoman Demboski for her service. And wish her Godspeed down in Juneau. Lord knows she's going to need it. But I really wanted to commend her for the diligence she brought to the job, the public spiritedness that she had, and though I didn't always agree with her, I always knew that she was going to have a sharp argument, and oftentimes she would be able to be persuasive, and I think she's going to be missed on this body. The second seismic event, in case anyone didn't notice, was on Friday. At 8:29, there was a 7.0 earthquake, and there are consequences to that earthquake which will be felt in this community for a while. And I would like Municipal Manager Bill Falsey to make an introduction, and then we can have a discussion about how we're going to deal with some of those longer-term consequences.
Thank you. Mr. Falsey?
Also, thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regard to the earthquake, I think we have now arrived at what I will term the persisting Portugal the man status. It might be over now, but we'll feel it still. You might have had your fill. We'll feel it still. We have completed our review of our major facilities. We have approximately a dozen general government buildings, our various libraries, our various fire stations, the police department buildings, our shops, our rec centers, our park facilities. It is looking generally very good, but I can give you a slightly fuller update on facilities that we're keeping our eye on. The Solid Waste Services has a maintenance shop and a warm storage center. There's actually kind of an ongoing debate right now over whether that building may be a loss. We have engineers who are coming to look at that. The Chugiak Eagle River Senior Center has some significant damage at their assisted living program and adult day services building. You may remember we were sheltering people there. That might seem somewhat inconsistent, but that facility is a compound with several buildings. And the area where we had folks was not the areas that were affected here. The Kincaid Bunker will be closed for a while. There's not significant damage there, but there's a structural metal beam that is sitting on some cement or concrete that appears to be failing. Ben Boki Ice Rink number 2 has a metal girder that runs over top of it. It's supposed to be attached by several structural elements that have snapped off, so we're looking at that. There's an old fire station in Eagle River that we use only for storage, mostly for ML&P, that has some masonry work that has fallen that looks like could be structural. None of those look like they're total losses, but they are items that we're keeping our eye on. I also just recently got word that it looks like the Chugiak Pool may have some issues. We're having a structural engineer look at that now. We've been giving updates on facilities. It'll take a little bit longer to rove around our miscellaneous structures in the municipality. We have about a dozen bridges in town, about 5 crossings of Campbell Creek at Old Seward, Lake Otis, Arctic Diamond, C Street, Ship Creek, Chester Creek. We have pedestrian bridges. We have some bridges in Eagle River, the Stoltz Bridge, Starmer Bridge, a bridge in Girdwood, several dams and weirs in the various creeks. We have gotten initial reports that all of them seem fine, but we want to make sure, so we've led a contract to have structural engineers go check out those additional facilities, and if I hear anything else, I will pass that along. You'll be hearing more from the school district on their status. They announced earlier today that the Eagle River Elementary School will be closed for the semester. Students there will be rerouted. As of now, that's the only change of that nature that they have announced, but they're the best source of information for school district status. On the health front, we've assisted the school district in the background with the food distribution programs. We're working with daycare, child care services. We opened the Egan Center for fire camp, discovery camp to do some extraordinary services so people have places to put their children as the work schedules resume. At the shelter, we expect it to, at Fairview Rec Center, to continue to be open tonight and running through at least Wednesday. We had reported that folks from Carluck Manor had been relocated there. It's looking like it's largely cleaned up and folks will be back home at Carluck Manor tomorrow. The last 2 pieces of information I want to update you on relate to the local disaster declaration. For that, I'm going to turn you to Municipal Attorney Becky Wint-Pearson, and then we're going to invite some friends from the state and federal government to give us an update on some additional topics.
Thank you. Ms. Wint-Pearson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as Mr. Falsey mentioned, we wanted to give you an update on the emergency declaration, which, as we all know, was extended by the body Sunday morning to last until 10 o'clock tonight. Based on the current assessment of where we are as a municipality, we at this point do not intend to request further extension of the declaration itself of the body. We believe that things are under control, sufficiently under control, that we do not need to ask for those special emergency powers to be extended. I did want to call your attention to the AIM that I did lay on the table tonight, though, just so you're aware of one thing we are doing, which is that we are exercising the powers set out in 720.090 of the Municipal Code for the mayor to issue, to allow for emergency procurement processes to continue through the conclusion of December, which will allow for contracts which are required explicitly to address issues caused by the earthquake to be granted via alternate procurement processes by the purchasing department rather than going through the full procurement process in the interest of time and the expedience of those needs. Again, the AIM sets out what we plan to do, and there's the memorandum from the purchasing department. It's been with the mayoral approval on the bottom attached for your review. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Are there any questions from Ms. Wint-Pearson regarding the AIM? We could, if someone wants to pull it, you could also do that and ask questions later, but I think the preference would be to ask the questions now.
One question.
Yeah, Mr. Constant.
Did we get a number for this AIM?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
it'll be an unnumbered AIM.
The clerk informs me that it will be an unnumbered AIM. Ms. Wint-Pearson?
Mr. Chair, one thing I forgot to add, I did want to call out that 720.090 does require the administration to bring reports to the Assembly of any contracts that are awarded under this alternate proceeding no later than the second meeting after the date the contract is awarded. So if there are contracts that are awarded, again, pursuant to this alternate process, you will receive periodic updates of what those were.
Thank you. Any other questions? And the request to speak button is still functioning. It was not damaged in the earthquake. So if you guys need to. Okay. All right. With that, I guess, Mr. Falsey, you're running the show.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as we have largely succeeded in
I'm sorry, Mr. Train, you had a question?
Mr. Mayor, since I was laid up with a small ankle problem, it was good to watch you on television, the whole administration. You guys did a great job letting the public know exactly what was happening, unlike other boroughs in Alaska, close to us. You guys did a great job. Thanks very much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, as we have largely succeeded in having the municipal government's house put back in order, we realize that there is a public interest and appetite for knowing how we are going to pay for all this and how they may be assisted in their own recovery efforts. That is largely not a story that we are directly involved in. So we wanted to use this occasion to invite the folks who will be really spearheading that effort to begin to introduce some of the rules of the road, give us a basic primer. We have a lot on our Assembly agenda tonight, and so I think we're looking for maybe a 15-minute update with the promise that this is the preview. We have noticed a special work session of the Assembly tomorrow for 11:45 to, I think, 1:45. We intend to televise that where we can really get into all of the issues. But I want to invite to the podium, we have Representatives Mike O'Hare from the FEMA agency at the federal level, and Mike Sutton from the Department of Homeland Security Emergency Management here at the state level, and I'll let them introduce their staff.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Falsey. So if you guys would like to come to the mic, please introduce yourself for the record, and we're eager to hear what you have to say.
Sure. For the record, my name is Mike Sutton, and I am the Director of the Division of Homeland Security Emergency Management. And we are in the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs. Our commissioner is currently Lori Hummel, and she works directly for the governor.
Good evening, sir. My name is Michael O'Hare. I am the FEMA Region 10 Administrator. I'm the Senior Federal Executive for FEMA, responsible for the coordination of all federal assets for preparedness, response, recovery of disasters for the 4 states of Region 10, Alaska, Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. It's a pleasure to be here, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Brian Fisher. I work for Director Sutton in the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. I'm the state's incident commander in the State Emergency Operations Center, and I'm appointed as the state coordinating officer, so kind of the state coordinator by the governor for the recovery to the disaster that we're facing right now.
Thank you. When you're speaking, if you could just briefly say, I'm so-and-so from this agency for the person who's going to have to transcribe this. So please go ahead.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, it's a privilege and a pleasure to have this opportunity to speak to the Assembly. It's not often that we have the opportunity to talk with you all. Unfortunately, this is a more challenging circumstance, but we do have a lot to share with you all. The division, as I said, works in the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs. My division I have 60 people working alongside of me in the division, and the State Emergency Operations Center is our vehicle for dealing with emergencies and disasters all over the state. All 62 of us in the division live or work here in the Anchorage area out on J-Bear. That's where the State Emergency Operations Center is located. The State Emergency Operations Center also, or the SEOC for short, is organized and functions much the same as the municipality's EOC does. We work under the Incident Command System principles. The goal of and the mission for our organization is to help Alaskans to prepare for and be able to respond to all the hazards that they face in their community and to recover from those. In order to do that, we have a lot of different programs out there. We have planners that not only upkeep the state's emergency operations plan and write that, but we also assist local communities in writing and crafting their own emergency plans. We have a preparedness section that does the training, the incident command system training, and the exercises, large statewide exercises like Alaska Shield that Anchorage participates in on a regular basis. And we also have our outreach section in there, and that's where we have the earthquake simulator. I don't know, it's been to many of the schools in the Anchorage area. It's one of our great outreach tools. Then we have the actual operations section down in the basement of the Armory, and they're responsible for the day-to-day taking calls and receiving information from local jurisdictions and then responding to that. In addition, we have the Disaster Assistance Section, and they are responsible for managing the 2 state programs, which we'll talk about tonight, public assistance and individual assistance programs for the duration as long as that disaster is open. And then finally, we have the Finance Admin Section, because all disasters come down to eventually money. They're the ones that help us keep track of all the finances and the administrative processes that go along with disasters. The Disaster Assistance Section in those 2 programs, public assistance is not maybe aptly named. It's not for the public, but it's about publicly owned infrastructure, things that are owned by municipal governments or tribes. Also includes like nonprofit organizations, and some even faith-based organizations may fall underneath the premises. The individual assistance program is the program that's designed to assist families that have been impacted by the disaster. How the disaster works, typically the SEOC becomes aware of a situation that's happening, and we will call the jurisdiction. In this case, for instance, when the tsunami warning happened the morning of the earthquake, our SEOC immediately began to roll out our tsunami checklist and called all of the communities in the vulnerable area to make sure they had gotten the warning and that they were able to begin to respond to that. Following the intake of that information, we're looking for ways that we can begin to assist the community. Unlike many organizations, businesses, which are top-down driven, they get all the guidance and direction from on top, and then the people lower down in the organization begin to follow it. Emergency management is a bottom-up driven event. We, the division, we are a customer-oriented organization. We exist to serve the local jurisdictions. It's the incident commander, it's the fire chief out there planning on the hood of his fire truck what's going on. That's the folks that the local jurisdiction, the Muni, is supporting in their EOC, and the state is here to support the local jurisdictions. All disasters begin and end locally. So it's the municipality of Anchorage, that's affected by this, and it's the municipality of Anchorage that, when all is said and done, will be putting the final bows and ties upon how you all, are managing this disaster. We do have some state programs that will be active by the governor's declaration already, that will be active in order to assist you all with that. For this event, the governor was here in Anchorage. Actually, he was in the Atwood building in the elevator coming down from the 17th floor. So he was happy they made it to the first floor as they opened the doors, and he made his way immediately to the Emergency Operations Center. And as he began to understand, as we explained what was happening to him, he declared a disaster right then and there, and then got in touch with the president, and the president declared a disaster emergency also, which enables the federal government and federal agencies to lend emergency assistance to us for life safety purposes. As I said, our state agency is here to respond to the needs of the local organizations. We had a 7.0 earthquake. I think if this event would have happened in almost any other major metropolitan area in the world, I think the results would have been vastly different. In fact, you can look at all the 7.0 earthquakes. You can Google and see if they happen in a large town and look at the fatalities, look at the number of injuries that resulted. We had no fatalities. We had no serious injuries reported. And as the State Emergency Operations Center, ready to respond to the local jurisdiction's request for assistance, we didn't get any requests for assistance from the local jurisdictions. There's a few things that we can probably infer from that. Could be that the training that we've done, the mitigation work that we've done to prepare for and plan for those things, the building codes that we have, the exercises that we've done, and the plans that we've put together and the exercise we do to test all those things, I think that's paying off. I think that we can justifiably be proud of that work beforehand because it's paid off. I think also the 7.0 earthquake, if it had lasted a little longer, if it had been a little bit more serious, in a sense you can say we dodged a bullet. We have plans for much more serious events. As we tracked and got inputs from all the communities and began to see the kinds of damages that were happening, immediately it became clear that most all of the infrastructure that we were looking for, everything was pretty good, and it appeared that the transportation infrastructure was the most heavily impacted. And that work is still ongoing. And you can see the great work that State DOT is out there doing on our roads in and around town. So, but as the president, well, let me take a step back. The governor declared a disaster. The next process in that is the state is going to ask for federal assistance. That's after we get with all the communities that are impacted, we're going to roll out joint, which means we work side by side with our partners in FEMA, and we come to the communities when you all are ready for us, and we go look at all of the damages that you have in public assistance in all of your municipal buildings and all the publicly owned infrastructure. And we'll also do the same thing with the families and the neighborhoods that were impacted. We'll have teams that go out and see that damage. Those people will report back, and based on that information, the state, the governor, will request federal assistance, a formal letter through FEMA Region 10 to the president and ask that. If that's approved by the president, then he will declare a major disaster, which turns on the Stafford Act programs, their federal or their public assistance and individual assistance programs. Our programs here in the state are mirrored for their programs, so the criteria is pretty much in sync and aligned with them. And I'm going to call for a lifeline, if I can, to reach back to Mr. Brian Fisher. He's an expert in both of those programs to answer any questions or to illuminate a little bit further on those two.
Thank you. Brian, so yeah, Mr. Fisher, we'd love to hear from you. We have about 5 minutes left at this, and then, we're going to have a much longer meeting tomorrow. So I'd love from you or from Mr. O'Hare a little preview of what we're going to talk about tomorrow, if that's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Brian Fisher, the State Coordinating Officer from Alaska Homeland Security and Emergency Management. In front of you, you do have a few brochures that we provided for tonight. We'll go into greater detail with those later. My priority for the initial recovery for this disaster is first and foremost individuals and families. With the state disaster declaration that we have in place that implements state programs and state funding to provide potentially grants to individuals and families affected by the disaster. It also covers we have a temporary housing program for those that, there are a number of homes that we know that are unlivable, uninhabitable right now. We can provide up to 18 months of fair market value rental assistance for primary residential homeowners and up to 3 months of rental assistance at the fair market value for renters. That program is in place now. We started that program, kicked it off officially this morning. The first one of the brochures you have, it says State Individual Disaster Assistance at the top. That brochure is for every resident of the municipality if they need it. We brought a number of copies for the public. There are some available. The members of the Assembly have a copy of it as well. There are also some small business cards. The number 855-455-7131 is our disaster assistance hotline. So our residents can call that number now and begin the registration process for our individual or temporary housing program. In terms of priorities, our number one priority in this process is to find those folks that are in homes that are unlivable or have been have lost their homes. We're going to get them into temporary housing first. That's our first priority. And then we'll be working on our individual and family grant program this year, and it's a statutory limit. We're allowed to authorize up to $17,000 per homeowner for eligible expenses for essential living items and portions of your homes that have been damaged. There's a potential for those that do have earthquake insurance and have insurance Some of that funding may be applied to the deductible, but if you've heard from your constituents, most people's earthquake insurance is about 10% of the insured value of their home, and some of those dollar figures are significant. There is an eligibility process that we'll go through when the public registers with us. We'll gather required documents. We may visit the homes to do some inspections, and then our goal is to get that financial aid out, and that's state general fund dollars, out to individuals and families as soon as possible. Following on behind that, the director talked about assessments that we're going to continue to do. We need that information from the jurisdictions affected and from the agencies affected to paint the picture for President Trump on whether this is bad enough to be a federally declared disaster for individuals and families and for public assistance. The emergency declaration we received on Friday was for things like urban search and rescue task forces to come up here if we needed them. The next step, it's under the Stafford Act, federal law, is a major disaster declaration that Administrator O'Hare's team would do, and that would provide the reimbursement on the public assistance side as we go down the road for eligible expenses for the municipality, for the school district, for certain private nonprofits that provide essential government services. Our electric providers, both ML&P, Chugach Electric, and MEA and Homer Electric on the Kenai are all eligible applicants, and they have been applicants with us before for reimbursement funding. Typically, that will come in terms of 70% cost share, not less than 75% by the federal government, and the state and locals have to provide the other 25% of that cost. Traditionally, in the state of Alaska provides that funding, the 25% local share. And at this point, we see that it's a completely normal response for us, and we'll be providing at the state of Alaska through the disaster relief fund, the general fund in the state treasury, that 25% cost share. Just like homeowners, we'll be providing a bridge to that assistance to get back to some semblance of normal. For the municipal and the nonprofits and the electric companies, insurance does come into play first. So if you are insured, if the utilities are insured, we'll work through that whole process. It takes a very long time to figure that out. But once insurance has been applied, the remaining balance is really the assistance that may be eligible for reimbursement from both the state and FEMA. So right now we have a state-declared disaster, and our state programs are fully implemented. We'll be asking for additional federal assistance in the coming weeks. We'll have teams out. They'll be in the community to do these assessments and start collecting the numbers and the details and statistics that we need to make that request from Governor Dunleavy to the President.
Thank you. Mr. O'Hare, do you have anything to add?
Real brief, Mr. Chairman. As Mr. Fisher and Director Sutton have said, our teams are in place together have been together since Friday night. We've stabilized the situation, and that was the whole purpose of the emergency declaration to the President, to save lives, protect property from further destruction, and prevent suffering. The next process is the recovery process. So my teams are in place with the state teams to assess the damages, the critical infrastructure, the public buildings, and also those individuals that are affected. But our teams are working together to support the local communities. This is a locally driven, executed operation. State supports it. State manages it. Any programs that are out there, and the federal government supports the state to do that. It's a pleasure to be here. We'll have more details tomorrow on the programs, but I want to commend the administration for their response operations. As Director Sutton said, this was a product of practice, good mitigation, building codes, and partnerships with the local communities, the state and the federal government, those non-governmental volunteer faith-based organizations to come to the call, and for all Alaskans who've been prepared and know what drop, cover, and hold on really means. So with that, we'll see you tomorrow, sir.
Thank you, Mr. O'Hare. We have a press release that we're going to have available here at the front for members of the public, just giving a little more detail about the meeting tomorrow, 11:45, right here in the Assembly Chambers, the LUSAC Library, and we're going to have these three gentlemen, and perhaps other staffers too, but at least these three gentlemen here to discuss some of those individual assistance programs, which I know a lot of people are interested in. So thank you very much for coming, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Mr. Chair, my request to speak button is not working, but I'll also add that we intend to televise that session tomorrow, and we intend to repeat that session on the municipal channel.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. All right, so with that, we're going to move forward with our very full agenda tonight. We'll start with committee reports, and we'll start with you, Ms. Borowski.
So the Youth Advisory Commission met November 29th, the day before the earthquake, and we discussed several things involving school safety, whether it is better to have more school resource officers or to provide metal detectors at entrances of schools. We also assigned a couple of Anchorage Youth Development Coalition liaisons, and we discussed the Youth Empowerment Party, which is January 21st at 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. And we are working on a few recommendations for the Assembly involving current proposals, as well as we finally have our official Youth Advisory Commission email, which is anchorageyac@gmail.com.
Thank you, Ms. Borowski. And we intend to have an update from the YAC, I believe, every month. Thank you for your service. Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. The Community and Economic Development Committee met also on the 29th, and we kind of reviewed the procedures for detecting odor around marijuana operations. And basically, the processes that we're using now have evolved over the last couple of years and seem to be working okay. We also got a report on Alaska Sense, which we've, I guess, got a year of keeping them on a tight rein, and they have had no violations. And we also looked at the plastic bag ban. There's two versions introduced this evening, and we discussed those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report on the Assembly Committee on Homelessness, but I did have the pleasure of attending the Youth Advisory Commission meeting, and it was a pleasure to see them active, following all the procedures required under code, and having thoughtful discussions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Nothing to report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also had the pleasure of attending the Youth Advisory Commission meeting last week, which I very much enjoyed. Thank you for having me. The Health Policy Committee met on November 21st, and discussed substance abuse. DHHS is hosting a community conversation on December 11th here at the LUSAC from 6 to 9 p.m. And this will be a conversation about how substances are affecting Anchorage. And for more information, you can contact Director Pineda in DHHS. The Health Policy Committee will be meeting on Wednesday, December 19th at 12:30 at City Hall, first floor, room 155, to discuss proposed code changes concerning animal welfare. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Croft.
No committee reports.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Trainey.
Nothing, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Trainey, and welcome back.
Thank you.
Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Elections Committee met, and we discussed some incidents that dealt with the election in Florida and some of the procedures that that were changed down there when they were counting the mail-in ballots. They allowed voters to come in and fix their signatures on the mail-in ballots a little longer than we had here in Anchorage, and so the committee discussed that, and that may be something we might consider doing in the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. It was perhaps fortunate that this Public Safety Committee went to the EOC recently, and I was impressed with their preparation, and by and large it worked. So they have regular people from all the components of the utilities, the hospitals, emergency service providers, and those folks go through some training. And when the EOC blew the whistle, those folks showed up, and they were able to play a significant part in coordinating it. The folks who provide housing and emergency food and stuff weren't as didn't show up as quickly as the other folks for understandable reasons, but in fact it did not limit the effectiveness of the response. So we saw a facility that we spend quite a bit of money on that we hope we never use work, and that was very helpful. A couple of sidelights, people I know in the Anchorage School District that said the drills that they've been through, the faculty and the kids responded very, very well to it, and the preparation had limited the emotional response of the kids. The kids realized, okay, we've been there, done that, and these people know what they're doing, and it happened well, and that was good. One teacher reported to me that, it's duck in place, get under the table, and a number of the schools, school desks are so flimsy that they didn't obviously offer the kind of shelter that we would hope. In fact, one of the teachers started right after school trading those out for sturdy tables. And maybe that's a thought for the future for the school district, a preparation that, once again, we hope we never use. And our building codes are pretty good. And one of the things, many of us are used to being in rooms with drop-in tile and light fixtures that sit there. Our codes require that the light fixtures be tethered to the supporting structure above, because the framework that holds those tiles in place is pretty flimsy, and lots of it came down. But our codes require that the fixtures not come down. And I only heard of one instance where a light fixture came down. So that was all really well happened. I think in all kinds of things like this, particularly us public policy makers, we want to know whose fault it is. And I think that we'll find out that it was not the Castle Mountain fault, and maybe the Border Ridges one, and so on. And those, if you look at a map, those kind of run north-south, a little bit tipped to the east and the north end and the south. It all has to do with the fracture zones from the Pacific tectonic plate riding under the North American plate, and we are on kind of a hook that sticks out there to the west. And so the Pacific plate has gathered up material for millions of years, and we end up being the dumping ground for all kinds of stuff. And it makes Prince William Sound a geologist's fondest dream. And there are pieces of continents out there and that are amazing. But we live in that fault zone, and we can continue to expect what we've seen happening. Our codes require that the buildings, public buildings, be built to withstand a magnitude 10 earthquake. And it's our seismic level, I think, 5 or 6. But we saw that worked. And amazing little, and one of the things that happened to Good Friday is window walls on big glass in buildings and so on fell out and caused a lot of damage, and there's been changes made to that. But anyways, smarter people than me, and even smarter than some of you have worked on this, and we are the beneficiaries of a lot of hard work. What the military trained us to say is have an after-action critique, and that one happened really well. Just a sidelight, because those fault zones were run roughly north-south, any shelves, all the waves came from the west and ran west to east. So the shelving that you had that had an east-west orientation didn't move very much. But the ones that ran north-south are the ones that dumped all your stuff on the floor. So I was just in one of the offices upstairs in the Hill Building today, and they're going around tying the shelving to the walls and so on. Those are all very wise things to do. I guess that's all. I've asked the folks that are making the presentation tomorrow to bring lots of copies of the pamphlets. And Mr. Sutton and I, when we've talked on the phone over the years, the stuff that the State Department of Homeland Security has prepared on individual how we should each prepare is actually excellent. It's up on their website, and I'd encourage folks to look at it. We're going to have some of them here available tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. At this time, I'd ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum to the agenda and laid on the table items.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move to incorporate the addendum laid on the table items.
So we have a second?
Second.
Press your buttons, please. Ask for unanimous consent. All right, seeing no opposition, Mr. Vice Chairman, could you please read those items into the agenda?
So the following addendum and laid on the table items, and because of what happened on Friday, we were a little later than usual in getting these out, but they are on the consent agenda, item 9A, resolution number AR 2018-379, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Seneca Thino for 13 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage. Resolution number AR 2018-380, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly determining a vacancy exists on the Assembly in Seat A for District 2, Eagle River, Chugiak, and initiating the process to fill the vacancy. Information Memorandum Number AM 132-2018, an ordinance repealing and reenacting Anchorage Municipal Code 2670 to clearly define municipal solid waste services by adding definitions, updating rates, eliminating a section that surpassed its sunset date, and adding a smaller size option for automated roll cart collection from solid waste services. Information Memorandum Number AIM 133-2018, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 2680-050 to increase rates for the solid waste services disposal utility. Ordinance Number AO 2018-110S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 15.95, disposable plastic bags, to delay the date of the prohibition on distribution goes into effect, to add and clarify exceptions to clarify terminology, and include conforming amendments and amending the corresponding language in AMC Section 1460.030, accordingly, from members Weddleton and LaFrance. Resolution number AR 2018-375, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $175,000 as a contribution from the 2018 Maintenance and Operations Department Street Maintenance Division, Anchorage Roads and Drainage Service Area Fund 141,000 to the Anchorage Roads and Drainage Service Area Capital Improvement Fund 441800 and the Maintenance and Operations Department for capital improvements at the Northwood Street Maintenance Facility. An associated memorandum. Resolution number AR 2018-376, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $11 million of Port of Alaska funds, 570000 fund balance, to the Port of Alaska Fund, 570800, 2018 Port of Alaska Capital Improvement Budget for the Port of Alaska Modernization Program, Phase 1, and associated Assembly Memorandum. Resolution number AR 2018-377, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $949,288, contribution approved in the 2018 general operating budget from the Eagle River Chugiak Parks and Recreation Service Area Fund 162000, Parks and Recreation Department to the Eagle River Chugiak Parks and Recreation Service Area Capital Improvement Project Fund 462800, Parks and Recreation Department for the capital maintenance and improvements Parks and Rec Department, and associated Assembly Memorandum. Resolution number AR 2018-378, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $20 million as a grant when tendered from the State of Alaska Department of Commerce, Community and Economic Development to the Port of Alaska Fund 570900 Capital Improvement Budget in support of the Port of Alaska Modernization Program and associated memorandum. Ordinance number AO 2018-114, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to require rotation of a single-member assembly election district at least every 10 years by amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 2.25 to add a new section. Ordinance number AO 2018-115, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly to require the next reapportionment of assembly districts to establish 11 single-member districts by amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 2.25 to add a new section. Ordinance number AO 2018-116, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 14.70.180 fireworks to provide for personal use of certain common fireworks on private property without a municipal permit for a limited number of hours in annual celebration of the New Year, subject to distance, cleanup, and mobile park restrictions by, as always, Assemblymember Trainee. Assembly Memorandum Associated. Ordinance number AO 2018-117, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 2530.025, public notice procedures, when municipal land disposal requires voter approval by reducing the notice requirements to be consistent with Heritage Land Bank notice requirements and associated Assembly Memorandum. Ordinance number AO 2018-118, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly directing a change in the name of Department of Health and Human Services to Anchorage Health Department and amending other sections of Anchorage Municipal Code and Code of Regulations accordingly. An associated Assembly Memorandum. And ordinance number AO 2018-108S, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapters 3.20 and 3.30 relating to the organization of the executive branch to create the Office of Information Technology and to change the reporting structure of the Office of Information Technology and Payroll Division, Department of Law. And Assembly, with associated Assembly Memorandum AM 735A. And Assembly Information Memorandum without number 2018, AIM blank 2018, approval of emergency procurements necessitated by the November 30, 2018 Point McKenzie earthquake.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So now we will go down the dais and ask each member if they would like to pull any items. We'll start with you, Ms. Sporowski.
Nothing to pull.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
I'll pull 9A1 and also 9F1.
I'm sorry, what was
include
that?
the S version as well.
9F9?
9F1, the
9F1.
plastic bags. And so that would be, does that include the S version? Is that a 9F.2 or some 1A? Okay. Well,
That's the one that's introduced by myself and Mr. Constant, Ms. LaFrance, correct?
Fox,
the plastic bag. So I want to pull both of them just for brief comments.
9 Foxtrot.
Okay. All right. Well, those are, okay. Very well. Anything else?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items to pull.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items. May I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is there another piece of the agenda? I see it goes from 9F5 to 9F12. Where does it? Oh, okay. My copy doesn't have F6 through.
You mean on the lay on the table items?
That's correct. That's the same question I asked earlier.
Oh, okay.
You're on point.
I see what you're saying.
You have.
Is that a labeling error?
Mr. Chair, can the clerk's office check that out for you and let you know if we just had a numbering issue?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Let's continue down and, yeah, we'll come back to that, okay? Mr. Croft.
No items to pull.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Trainee.
Nothing, Mr. Chairman. It's my intention to move item 14J, public hearing tonight. I want to move it to the 18th of December. So when we get down there, you still have to let the public hearing But it's my intention then not to take action, but move it to the 18th of December, sir.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Trainee. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No items to pull this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, sir. I do have one item. I'm going to ask to pull 9E2, and in spirit, it would be like pulling 9E2, 3, 4, and 5, just for a brief discussion, but only pulling 9E2 for the purpose of keeping an expedited discussion tonight. And also, when we just read through the late on the table items, I think there's one more numbering issue. There's 14D3 at the very back, and I don't think we read the title of that memo into the record because it wasn't printed onto the document, but it is in our packet.
14 what?
D3. If you go into your packet, it's the assembly memorandum that goes with the change of the executive branch to include the IT, but we just didn't read the title because it wasn't there.
Okay. Do we need to read it then?
I'm sorry, I was solving the other problem.
Okay.
If you look at 14D3 in the packet,
Let's just solve it. In the addendum, item 9 Delta 3 D3, Assembly Memorandum.
So, through the chair, that is a correction because it has an A on it. So the item is already on the agenda, so that one is fine.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Thanks.
The other items, Mr. Chair, may I discuss those other items? The clerk's office is trying to fix that. For those of you who do not have the 9 Fs, including is this your copy or Ms. Quinn Davidson's? Thank you. You have the preliminary agenda. So we're printing copies of the complete agenda for you. We just put preliminary copies in your book, so we'll get that fixed shortly. Okay?
So does that mean that there is a 9 Foxtrot 6 through 9 Foxtrot 11 that has been noticed to the public, and we will get that?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. Those are liquor license renewals,
Okay.
and they are on the consent agenda because they are not protested. But we're printing the agenda as we speak.
Thank you. Good. Thank you. Good catch by Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Dyson, do you have any items to pull?
No.
Thank you. And Mr. Constant, to confirm, you didn't have any items, did you, besides the one you called?
9E2 only.
Yep, okay. So I have 9 Alpha 1 by Mr. Weddleton, 9 Echo 2 by Mr. Constant, and 9 Foxtrot 1 by Mr. Weddleton. Did I miss any? Okay.
14J, but maybe that's
The-
going to be pulling from the consent agenda.
Yeah, this
I'm
is
sorry.
for the consent agenda. No worries. Okay. All right, so can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson.
Question, does that include those liquor licenses that we don't have?
Yes,
So let me check one thing here.
because I believe they were in the packet. They just weren't printed on the agenda. Is that correct, or are they not in the packet?
I'm checking that right
I don't
now,
have
Mr.
anything
Chair.
on them.
Okay. Okay.
9E6 is not in the packet. I would just say to the members of the public that this meeting follows on a pretty big disaster in the city, and all of our resources have been applied on managing, getting the city on its feet. So a little forbearance on some time is in order. Thank you.
But at least in the Fs.
Nine
I
Fs.
think the point is that all of this was.
Foxtrot 6 through.
Well, they're not in the packets.
So what should we do?
But they weren't read into the rest.
I really do. I think we need to.
It's good to have you back, man. Glad you didn't hurt yourself worse.
Yes.
But those aren't.
You should take your dinner. Yeah, but we've got a copier. We can take care of that. Okay? All right.
All right, so we're going to print out all those items and come back, and we're not going to vote until we've had a chance to look at those items. So we're going to take our dinner break now, a little earlier than we expected, to give the printer the time to print out those items that weren't in our packet. Okay?
Can I ask a question then?
Yes, Mr. Welton.
Okay, so those are liquor licenses not protested just for introduction, and there'll be a public hearing, or they're just resolutions we accept?
Let's not take a break.
9A1 is pulled, and we could absolutely do 9A1.
So we can move it separately?
Yeah, let's just.
Okay. All right, so we're going to do the,
Thank you.
Sorry.
let me revise that. We're going to do the resolutions first, the resolutions for reading, and then we'll come back and perhaps take that course of action. But, so we are going to need then a separate motion, correct? If we take first take up 9 Alpha 1. Let's see if I can find it.
I'd move 9 Alpha 1 for reading.
Second.
Do we need to take, okay. Yeah, so first let's get a motion to change the order of the day. You want to do that, Mr. Trainee?
Second.
Chairman, move to change the order of the day, take up the alphas first, the 9As.
Okay. All right. Any opposition to that motion? All right. Seeing none, we now have the 9As. I actually don't have that title in front of me. But first we have 9 Alpha 1. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Accept.
Second.
Okay. And
10 to nothing.
yeah, it should have been 10 to nothing.
Oh, I'm
we have
sorry.
to.
I recorded unanimous. Yes, you're correct. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Who is reading and who is presenting?
I am reading.
I'm presenting.
Okay.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Seneca Thino for 13 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Seneca Thino began her 13-year career with the municipality of Anchorage as a legal intern in 2005 and joined the criminal division of the Department of Law full-time in September of 2006 as an entry-level prosecutor. And whereas between 2006 and 2014, Seneca served as a general trial attorney and motions and appeals attorney and the chief assistant municipal prosecutor. And whereas in August of 2014, Seneca assumed the role of municipal prosecutor, leading a department comprising of 14 attorneys and 14 support staff, charged with prosecuting all misdemeanors committed within the municipality of Anchorage. And whereas Seneca left her position as municipal prosecutor November 30th, 2018, to take a position with the State of Alaska Attorney General's Office. And whereas Seneca's public career has spanned the administrations of mayors Mark Begich, acting mayor Matthew Clayman, Dan Sullivan, and Ethan Berkowitz. And whereas Seneca has led the criminal division through complex and challenging times, including navigating unprecedented caseloads driven by increases in misdemeanor offenses within the municipality. And whereas under Seneca's direction, the criminal division has successfully managed the prosecution of in excess of 7,000 cases per year, all while continuing to thoughtfully improve the municipality's approach to misdemeanor prosecution and fostering productive partnerships with other law enforcement agencies, including the U.S. Attorney's Office, the District Attorney's Office, the Attorney General's Office, and the Anchorage Police Department. And whereas Seneca's specific achievements have included leading the charge on innovative municipal ordinances to address the problems of synthetic cannabinoids, such as spice and vehicle theft, and whereas Seneca was recognized in 2010 by the Alaska Safety Highway Office for exemplary service and devotion to duty in the prosecution of impaired driving. And whereas Seneca has consistently served as a judicious advocate for the resources, systems, and legal changes needed for effective prosecution of offenses at the municipal level. And whereas Seneca's experience, wisdom, and even-keeled leadership have brought tremendous value and benefit to the criminal division and the municipality of Anchorage as a whole. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly hereby recognizes and honors Seneca Thino for her devoted service to the municipality of Anchorage and the safety of its citizens. This resolution shall be effective immediately upon passage and approval by the Assembly. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 4th day of December, 2018.
That was subtle. I just want to say, this is such an honor. I have truly been blessed to be able to work with such an amazing crew of people, and it's been a joy to work with all of you. You do such amazing work, and you are all so dedicated to what you do. I'm just glad I've been able to support you in that. To work for this administration, it's been an honor, and thank you. This is truly touching.
Thank you very much, Seneca.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your service. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So, about a month ago, I started a conversation with Mr. Hess, our ombudsman. In this age, we find that the media is often vilified and villainized and used as a whipping post, whether you're a politician or somebody who's had a story told about you that you don't like. But the fact is that the media plays a really instrumental piece or role in our community. And in fact, as a lot of you know, I was out of town over the last several days. And while my social media feeds were filling up with all kinds of tales of horror and fear, it just took an hour or two before the local media started to clearly tell the story. And so, but before all of this, about a month ago, I decided that on a semi-regular basis, I'm going to bring forward a resolution honoring the members of the media who work really hard to tell the truth, the stories of our community. And in so doing, I decided to move a resolution with the help of Mr. Hess to honor Rhonda McBride, a reporter who has spent decades telling Alaska's stories. And so I would like to move to introduce IR number 2018-363, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Rhonda McBride as one of Alaska's premier storytellers.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera, and everyone has a copy in front of us. Who is going to be reading and who's going to be presenting?
I'll be reading, and unusually, Mr. Hess, our ombudsman, is going to be presenting this resolution, and Ms. McBride is surprised. She has no idea this happens.
Mr. McBride, please.
I am speechless. That's a rare thing.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Rhonda McBride as one of Alaska's premier storytellers. Whereas Rhonda McBride was born in Boise, Idaho, graduated from Bladensburg High School in Maryland, and studied English language and literature at the University of Kansas. And whereas Rhonda started as a cub reporter at KMVT in Twin Falls, Idaho, before working as a reporter at KTNV TV in Las Vegas, and K-News Radio and KKOH Radio in Reno, Nevada, before moving to Bethel, Alaska in 1988 to work at KYUK AM TV, the local public radio and television stations. And whereas during her 10 years as news director at KYUK, Rhonda worked alongside pioneering Alaska Native journalists and storytellers who shared their culture and subsistence lifestyle with her as she honed her craft and shed light on the opportunities and challenges that Alaskans face, especially those living in rural Alaska. And whereas, after leaving KYUK, Rhonda worked as a reporter, anchor, producer, and journalist at the Alaska Public Radio Network and KTUU TV, and as Governor Palin's Rural Affairs Advisor before joining KTVA TV as Rural Editor and Special Projects Manager in 2013, where she hosts Frontiers with Rhonda McBride every Sunday with the motto, "The People, Places, and Spirit of Alaska." And whereas for 30 years, Rhonda McBride, supported and sustained by her husband Michael, Fabian, and son Matt, has been telling our stories with humor, grace, passion, and an insightful rural Alaska perspective. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors Rhonda McBride as one of Alaska's premier storytellers who's helped to make Alaska the last frontier of journalism, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 4th day of December 2018.
So this is a total surprise. Thank you, Chris, for those kind words. But I can tell you that I work in a newsroom at KTVA where that culture, that ethic is replicated many times over. So I think maybe I've been at it a little longer than some, have a few more gray hairs, but I think that those that I work with are catching up. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Oh, before you step away, Rhonda, could everyone, I think there are other people here, could everyone who is here to see this please come forward and stand here so we can get, I think there are other people from KTVA or from the community. Yeah, please come down and join her if you could, so we get some photos together. Thank you so much. Okay, great. All right. Yeah, you've got the cameraman.
I think Rhonda's worked at just about every media outlet that there is in this town and almost state.
Wonderful.
Oh, Amy, one more.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Rhonda. Appreciate your continued coverage and service. So with that, I think we need to take a break. Is there anything else we could potentially take up before we finish the consent agenda? I think we are kind of stuck. So we need to fix that issue before we vote on it. So we're going to take a break now and try to get that fixed. We'll be back, I think, at 6:30. Take their seats. We're going to continue with the meeting. We have a number of documents we need to pull. Ironically, the public received these. Electronically, they were noticed, but they weren't in the packet, again, just due to sort of chaos of last week and this week. So my colleague, Mr. Croft, is going to pull them, and then we will pass them later in the evening. Some of them will pass and some of them we won't, once they've been all printed out. So, Mr. Croft, would you please tell me what additional items might you like to pull?
I would like to pull, Mr. Chair, 9 Delta 6, 9 Delta 7, 9 Delta 8, 9 Delta 9, 9 Echo 6, 9 Foxtrot 6, 9 Foxtrot 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11.
All right, thank you, Mr. Croft. So those have been pulled off the consent agenda, and we will work on them later in the evening. So our next item, I believe, is 9.
Did you check to make sure there was no objection to pulling those items?
Is there any objection to pulling those items?
And then do we want to pass the consent agenda?
Well, first we have 9 Echo 2 and 9 Foxtrot 1. So 9 Echo 2 was pulled by Mr. Constant. Let me read it.
We can pull the consent agenda first, right?
Normally we pass the consent agenda without.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, all right. So can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right. Any discussion on that? All right. Please vote on the consent agenda. That passed 10-0. All right. Now we are on item 9 Echo 2. Information Memorandum Number AIM 127-218, presentation of the 2017 audited financials for the Alaska Center for the Performing Arts, Office of Economic and Community Development.
Move to accept.
Okay, what's the will of the body? Move to accept. We have a second?
Second.
All right, discussion.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Constant.
So I have one of my constituents who rightly pointed out that all of these items, 9E2 and 3 and 4 and 5, relate to some pretty high expense items that the municipality operates in an ongoing manner. And so that includes the Performing Arts Center, the Ben Boeke and Dempsey Anderson Ice Arenas, the museum, and the Egan and Denina centers, which some operate at a substantial loss. And rather than pull all of these items and make everybody vote individually on them, I just pulled this one at the recommendation of the clerk to enter into the record that there are concerns about the way funds are spent. And what I have been kind of advised by the administration, Mr. Schutte, is that my constituent and I could meet with Mr. Schutte and have a conversation about these funds and maybe look closely at them. And so I just wanted to do that on behalf of Tom McGrath, who's sitting over in the corner. So with that, I just urge a yes vote.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I appreciate you bringing this up. As it looked like going through these that most of them, or all, have contracts through 2020. And so I would assume that renegotiations would happen soon. And I wonder, what is our role in that? You know, is that, and so I guess this is to Ms. Wint Pearson. So what's our role? The administration negotiates these contracts, and then if we approve them, can we set some guidelines on what we like to see in the contracts?
Ms. Wint Pearson.
Through the chair, thank you. I'm just thinking about that for a second. So my understanding is that this is the division here is that the administration does negotiate these contracts and then report on them. I'm just thinking about, I think Mr. Falsey might know more than I do, but I'm realizing I don't think he's anywhere in the room right now.
Well, I think we have some time, but that is something that I guess I'd like to learn. What role do we have in those contracts, and how do we play it?
Would Mr. Schutte, would you like to speak to that, or?
Thank you. Through the chair, Chris Schutte, Director of Economic and Community Development. Historically, the Assembly has not played a role outside of the approval of contracts. Certainly, if there are feelings about certain contracts that are coming up for negotiation, the Assembly should let us know their concerns so that during negotiations those issues can be discussed and addressed.
Thank you. I mean, so I know that we do set guidelines for union contracts, for example, before they come to us. And I think that's sort of what Mr. Weddleton was getting at. You're saying that we don't typically have a statement of policy that you follow on these.
Historically, no.
Mr. Constant?
Thanks. Thank you, Chris. And I think, Mr. Weddleton, then if the conversation is completed between Mr. Schutte McGrath and myself, maybe what we do is just have a brief or less brief conversation at your committee, Community and Economic Development, because it is an important question to our community. What is the fate and future? What are we investing? How do we want to see them grow? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Traney?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. We looked at this before, and this is something I hope I won't be on the body in 2020, but we maybe. But we need to take a look at this thing because, quite frankly, the Egan Center is a big problem. The SMG, they get paid no matter what they perform with. And I want us to take a look at this and see what we can do to make sure they're performing better. I hate taxpayers' dollars every year going to pick up the deficit on this, Mr. Chairman. Someone needs to look at this and take a part in it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Any other comments on this item? Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, please vote on this item. No worries. That item passes unanimously, 10-0. We are now on item 9, Foxtrot 1, ordinance number AO 2018-110, ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 15-95, disposable plastic shopping bags, to delay the date the prohibition on distribution goes into effect, to add and clarify exceptions, to clarify terminology, include conforming amendments, and amending the corresponding language in AMC Section 14.60.030 accordingly. Assembly Chair Dunbar, Assembly Members LaFrance, and Constant. Is there an S version to this that we're moving, or is this just the regular version?
This is for introduction night, Mr. Chair.
Both.
I know, but this is pulled by Mr. Weddleton.
I know, but you're going to need 3 to introduce, sir.
Who would like to introduce this?
I will.
Second.
Third.
All right, moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Mr. Constant, and thirded by Miss LaFrance, and that's it, right? I mean, what is it you're wanting?
I just wanted to speak on it a bit.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely, but we're not actually obviously debating it tonight.
No, but I just wanted people to get a heads up because we had a lot of participation in the original August or September, whenever we did this thing, back a few months, and passed a complete bag on plastic bags that would be effective March 1st of 2019. And we heard a lot the next day from people we wish we'd heard from the day before. But so we're proposing some modifications, and the modifications would push back the effective date on the plastic bag ban. And we have 2 versions here. One pushes everything back, just fairly simply, to September 15th of 2019 from March 1st, and the other one pushes back to September 15th, the very thin bags, retains the dime charge, but lets people go through retailers who have a lot of bags run through their inventory for the next year until March 1st, 2020 to use up what bags they have. So those are both out there to be discussed. Public hearing will be in 2 weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Weldon. Okay. All right, that concludes our consent agenda. We are now on item 11A. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 737-2018, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility Board of Directors, appointment James H. McCollum, Mayor's Office. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. This is not an item for public hearing, so any discussion on this item? Okay, please vote on this item. That passes unanimously 10-0. We're now on item 11 Bravo, ordinance number AO 2018-91S, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 25.30.050 and 25.35.020 and adopting 25.35.067 to require inclusion of a labor peace agreement for hotel operators with leases under the Anchorage Community Development Authority or the municipality, introduced by Assembly Vice Chair Croft. Is there already a motion pending, or do we need a new one? No motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Public hearing was closed on the 7th of November, so we are, correct? Are we back into discussion?
You are not. This is a debate.
We're in debate. Okay, all right. Well, Mr. Croft, would you like to speak to this before we take a vote?
I would, thank you. So we, this was introduced on October 23rd. On Thursday, November 1st, the ACDA met and didn't take action. It's a policy decision that we're asking them and us to make, setting policy for it. On Friday, November 2nd, we had a work session on it where a number of questions were asked and answered, I hope. And then this was delayed till today's date, really to get past the budget and other items. I'd still commend it to the body. The main purpose is, and something that we have never, we've not really faced before, is what do we want when we put a hotel on municipal property? We haven't really done that. ACDA, other cities had, and many other cities, when they've done, have asked for this labor peace guarantee, mainly to assure that you're not going to have labor disputes interrupting your other operations that are on that municipal property. A lot of questions were asked about what it might entail to do this, and the primary reason, the primary justification that we have, the primary reason that I'm introducing is I don't want these kind of disputes affecting operations. And I think this one that we came up to first that sort of brought this issue makes the point better than I could have. It's you're about to put a hotel in your transit center downtown, in a downtown that has two very active, very bitter labor disputes going on right now. You wouldn't want, if somebody said, do you want to put the transit center in the Hilton Hotel right now? Many of us, I speak for myself, would say that's a bad idea given the fight that they're in. So after the work session, I still think it's a good idea. I did have two amendments, amendment number 1 and number 2. I'm only intending on offering number 2. It's in your packet. The main difference between the two, both of them make a technical correction, that is, in the labor peace agreement definition, we'd started to use lessee rather than contractor, and I'd missed one, so that picks it up. And that just is a conforming amendment. But the amendment also, so taking Amendment 2, which is the cleaner, if you will, the simpler, it adds the words, in any case shall require, or in any case, meaning it applies to contracts now going on, and I mean this language to say it applies to the transit center. There's some ambiguity about that. We mean it to. It should. It's the right rule of law. I guess the only reason I address Amendment number 1 real briefly, and then I'll move Amendment number 2, is some of the questions I got from Mr. Dyson and Mr. Weddleton, mainly Mr. Dyson, had to do with what things might be asked for by the union and whether the union might ask for things that were too much or arbitrary or capricious. And so I thought about that idea, and this has the idea that if the union's asking for things that are way too much, there's a process to kind of bring it back to us and say, no, those were arbitrary and capricious, the language here. I'm not intending to offer it, so I'll offer Amendment number 2 in a second. I just wanted to point that out. If that addresses serious concerns that Mr. Weddleton or Mr. Dyson had, then that's available to you. In looking at it more, trying to address those concerns, but in looking at it more, it just seemed too cumbersome. And we can always act by a majority with the mayor's approval. So we can always step in if this is being abused and change the ordinance or or do other actions. So in a final analysis, though, I took that work session comments very much to heart. It seemed like it wasn't necessary. So I'll just offer amendment number 2, which simply makes clear it applies to the current transit center project and corrects one error.
Thank you. So Mr. Croft has moved amendment number 2. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Discussion, debate on amendment number 2. Anyone? Mr. Weddleton.
Yeah, thanks. So I guess a couple of questions and a comment, but one is, so if you, I mean, this is before, so you choose a hotel and you say you have to have a labor peace agreement. But what if I mean, with who? I mean, what if the people who would work, and you're mostly talking about operating staff, not the people building it. So, I mean, what if they choose not to join a union? Who do you do a labor peace agreement with?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
So the labor peace agreement is how you'll handle the organizing efforts at the hotel. And the typical provisions are, and the reason I've avoided this is it's not really, our concern is that we get the no strike guarantee. But because you asked those questions and others, the typical provisions that are in a labor peace is, all right, so if we try to unionize, you will not fight us in public, a neutrality provision. You will, if we get 51% of your members, if I have cards from everybody and present them, that's called card check, you will accept that as opposed to having a whole election process through the NLRB, which is a much more cumbersome process. You will allow us to talk about unionizing at work, which can be prohibited. You will, so those sorts of things. It doesn't guarantee a union. It just guarantees a process that allows that. And in return, they say, then we won't strike. So those are the more traditional provisions that and so you're saying, there's no even union yet. They haven't unionized, but you're saying you will, if this comes up, operate in these ways that aren't fighting to the union to the death. And in return for that, yeah, there'll be a no strike provision. That's what they negotiate. It may be that they never unionize, that even with those fairness provisions, they never get 51%, never present you with 51%. So you still have the labor peace agreement. It just may never come to a union organized result. And I use the example of Costco, which has been great to its members for a long time, and essentially the unions don't try and organize it because they're doing fine, thank you very much. It may be that this boutique hotel comes in with a Costco attitude and it never gets unionized. All this says is if there are union efforts, you'll operate in this way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Weddleton, do you want to ask a follow-up to that?
Well, no, I think we actually covered a lot in the
work
session. And I gotta say, I'm still not comfortable with this. And one thing is I just look and say, we have an awful lot of hotels, and it seems like another one every week. And my understanding is we have 2 that have troubles. So this is a lot of fuss for something that's really not been an issue in this city. I mean, we don't want people striking in anywhere, but, it's just, I don't know, I haven't seen that we would need this. And then we have given, this would primarily affect ACDA, and we've given them a lot of independence to do some pretty remarkable stuff, buy the LIO building and turn it into a police station. And it seems like this is something that they should decide. And if they are looking for, put out an RFP for bids for a hotel, they can, say if you have or put some stipulation there. If you have a bad record with labor, you're, people striking or walking out, or you don't treat your staff well, and that's caused problems in your operations elsewhere, then we won't consider you. So there's other ways to handle this, and it would let ACDA do their job without us butting in.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Do you want to respond to that, Mr. Croft?
No, I do think we covered it a lot in the work session. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Any other discussion on this item? Mr. Constant.
I just am regretful that I wasn't able to be at the work session, but I am very much in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any other discussion on this item?
On this amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good point, Mr. Dyson. We're still debating the amendment, amendment number 2, before we go to the underlying item. So let's vote on if there's no more discussion, let's vote on Mr. Croft's amendment number 2. That amendment passes 10-0. So now we are back to the original item as amended. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. I'm often very grateful to Mr. Croft. And tonight he has brought forward some reason why I want to be here. Neither our state or federal constitutions ever anticipated government getting involved with business to this degree. And from my perspective, it is far outside of what any government ought to do. Most of us, at least on my side of the spectrum, welcome competition, and we are not willing to buy peace at any cost. As Mr. Weddleton had said, sometimes there is tension between employees and management, and both sides have other options. This precludes, it limits it's kind of the rules of engagement here that are shifted. I want to not have the rule of engagement get this narrow, and the National Labor Relations regulations are fine with me. And none of us like a public disagreement, but I'm willing to deal with that discomfort and uncertainty rather than having government so far off the reservation on what its legitimate role is. And I agree with Mr. Weddleton, the municipal organization that we have empowered to deal with real estate and these kind of things is very capable of handling it. Buyers or leaseors who want to buy the real estate and development, they can quantify for themselves the risks of maybe having some of their bargaining tools as management taken from them, or gaining the preordained peaceful process. Those purchasers and their lending institutions are easily capable of doing that analysis and making their own decisions. So I'm delightful and are grateful to Mr. Croft to give me an opportunity to vote against something that is ill-conceived, unneeded, and I think never anticipated in any of our two constitutions, and really not in the charter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, I just want to thank Mr. Croft for bringing this forward. And just conceptually, labor peace sounds to me like that's something that we want to have. Disruption, particularly downtown, to me doesn't sound like a very fiscally responsible policy. So as a municipality, what this does is it states that it is our policy for lands that we own to have labor peace and not labor disruption. And I think this is responsible for us as the policymakers of the municipality to do this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Is there any other discussion on this item? Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, thanks. Just a historical footnote. Mr. Riviera has very well articulated a political philosophy that was put forth by Jeremiah Benton. It is utilitarianism. It kind of means do what's nice and what is popular, and principles be damned. And I appreciate the motivation of people bringing this forward. I reiterate that it's ill-conceived and it is not consistent with the oaths that I believe I've taken. But thank you for the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Any other discussion on this item? Mr. Constant.
Thank you. One last word for me. I come from a long line of working people. And the working people have to fight and organize to have a voice. And the working people of this community came forward and asked us for help in making this possible. And so while I understand there are those who believe government should get out of the way and let the moneyed interests rule all at their will, my perspective is we should give the people who work a voice as well. I was elected to represent the people who can't afford a lobbyist, not the people who can. And for that reason, I support this ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any other discussion on this item? Any other critiques of utilitarianism? Okay, let's vote on this item. That item passes 8-2. All right, we are now on item 13B, ordinance, oh, I'm sorry, I think I skipped one. Yep, thank you. 13A, ordinance number AO 2018-98, an ordinance repealing and reenacting Anchorage Municipal Code 26.70 to clearly define municipal solid waste services by adding definitions, updating rates, eliminating a section that surpassed its sunset date, and adding a smaller size option for automated roll cart collection. Public hearing has been continued from the 20th of November. So public hearing is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? I see a gentleman in the back. Please. Oh, where's my trusty beeper?
I got a timer.
Please state your name for the record.
Right. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I live in the Matagorda Valley. Follow the public process. The public process done appropriately. Decision made by the governing body is more likely in public interest. One, in reference to this, previously you had one public hearing. At a vote, motion by Assemblymember Dyson and seconded by Assemblymember Dabowski. Previously, you agreed to a continued public hearing, which is happening right now on this item. Something like this should have a fair chance for the public to be heard. And I should also note I plead with the press at this mic to please report. And I saw KTVA last week put a news story, which was great, except something happened between that news story and today, an earthquake. And it's not business as usual, though this agenda appears to be mostly business as usual. So I respectfully ask that, with all due respect, and many of these items here that you've got for continued public hearing, and particularly this one, you do another public hearing, because right now, what's on the minds of the people in Alaska, particularly in Anchorage, New Mexico Borough, is what's going on with their property, how to get to work, their safety and all that. That's happening right now. And you did an emergency deal last Sunday that was to continue till today. And you did it for the purpose of dealing with the earthquake. And dealing with the earthquake as you are dealing with it, and respectfully, you're doing a very good job. Okay, not like the Matagorda Borough, much more transparent. Please, this is not business as usual items that we have on this agenda. And so when you take this, and please continue public hearing on this item. Let the public have a fair chance to connect. And recognize we're dealing with holidays right now, and things don't really happen until after the 10th of January. People are busy, but the thing is they're really more involved with their own safety and their own property. And thank you very much. And that ends my comments with how much to spare? 53 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman.
It's not a question.
Okay, then we'll wait for the...
No, I just want to make a point for the record that it's not the practice of this body to allow an individual to speak twice on an item in a public hearing unless we have two public hearings. And so Mr. Haberman has had now two opportunities to speak on this item in this public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Okay. Any other discussion on this? I'm sorry. Any other public testimony on this item? Any public testimony? Okay. Not seeing any. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Discussion on this item. I'm sorry, what were you saying? Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I just would like to thank the administration for going through the work to come up with the comparative tables to show us the marginal difference in rates so that the public could understand and that the request from the public from the last meeting was addressed. The charges, as I see them going up, are pretty minimal. I'm also grateful that I'm going to be able to get a smaller bear-proof cart at some time in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, 2 quick points. I think that's right. You know, we had a request that it be moved and then a motion that it be moved, and the evidence was, well, there's not a lot of public here, so it must be that your process is flawed. That was the evidence that was presented, that because there's nobody here means you didn't advertise enough. It's just as likely that these very modest increases, and haven't been increased for a while, weren't that interesting or upsetting to people. Whatever their motivation for not coming, we try, and in my experience, while we do not do a perfect job and can do much better and strive to, this process is far more open and transparent and responsive than the federal or state processes. Now, that's a pretty poor standard to shoot at, but it's better. It is more responsive. It provides more information. Instead of putting a capital budget by whatever the chairman wants, we put it out basically to the people every year and say, what do you want? And all of that is much more responsive. So I think that's much more likely. And the second point was that it's Jeremy Bentham, not Jeremiah, just for the record, is the utilitarian philosopher from the 1700s, so a relatively recent scientist for Mr. Dyson to reference.
Okay. All right. See if anyone can work a John Stuart Mill reference in. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to more directly address Mr. Haberman's critique, I just want to think earlier today we got the Assembly had a work session on this item. And Mr. Spafford presented a lot of the outreach that he had done, particularly with the news, social media, and email. And it worked because SWS did get some comments, but not much. And SWS, if I understand correctly, will be notifying their customer base via an inclusion in their next billing sometime either later this month or in the new year. So customers will be notified, and I just want to thank SWS for the work that they did do in the 2 weeks between postponement and now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. And just worth noting that it wasn't just KTVA. There was an article in the ADN, I believe KTUU did a story as well, all prior to the earthquake. So there was quite a lot of public notice, and I believe they received several emails about it, but not the deluge you might expect. I'd also like to thank SWS for the ongoing free dump days, which I know folks are very appreciative of right now. Is there any other discussion on this item? All right. Please vote on this item. That item passes 10-0. We are now on item 13B, ordinance number AO 2018-99, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 26.80.050 to increase rates for solid waste service disposal utility. The last one was for the pickup. Public hearing is continued. Does anyone wish to speak to this item?
Hi, I'm Radhika Krishna. I'm the chair of the Solid Waste and Recycling Advisory Commission, and I'm here to state that the commission is supportive of these rate increases. I want to speak a little bit as to the process SWS has gone through. This is resulting from the master planning process, which has been going on for almost a year. Over the last few months, you've seen a number of SWS-related items come before you, and they're all related. So the commission has been very involved in the master planning process. And at our November meeting, we've had a chance to look at both the proposed rate increase and the capital and operating budgets for 2019 for SWS. And we also think that the utilities have been very proactive in instituting new financial policies to make sure that they continue to be profitable and can continue to provide the services that they are. We believe that these rate increases are essential, not just to keeping the utilities profitable, but to allowing them not just to provide the services that they are doing now, but to provide new services. You've seen the proposal for the new central transfer station. These are the sorts of things that the utility is doing to provide a higher level of service, not just for their customers, but for all Anchorage residents, and we think that's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Krishna. There's one question. Mr. Trainee.
Ma'am, when your commission met, was it open to the public? Did anybody testify on it?
No, we did not have any public testimony at the commission meeting.
Okay.
But it was open to the public.
It was open to the public and noticed.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Thank you, ma'am. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Yep. We're going to let him. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Eugene Carl Heyman. I represent myself. I live in the Madison Valley. I follow the public process. The public process done appropriately. Decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. I'll be very brief because whatever I said in the previous ordinance applies to here. Okay, so please remember those remarks. It was just a few minutes ago when I said them. And I would also say this, is that remind you that the public out there is focused on one major thing, the aftermath of the earthquake. That's what's there on their minds. And this is not business as usual. Okay, so you don't do items like this and say, it's done, the public had a chance. And yes, to Assemblymember Constant, this is my second time to speak, but my work is to bring, not me per se, but the community at large to be heard. And also, whenever you deal with a decision like this, or any decision, if you do it right, the public will be more comfortable with the decision and more supportive. But when you adopt these ordinances and review them and close public hearings tonight of all times, in this situation where the public is engaged in thoughts of the earthquake aftermath, you're not thinking of the public, you're doing whatever you want to do, and you conduct a policy of indifference. So that's all I have to say. I told you I will be briefer with 1 minute and 35 seconds to spare.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. Anyone else like to testify on this item?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sam Moore. I'm speaking on my own behalf. To the previous speaker, I would say that this is business as usual, raising rates and whatnot. To two speakers ago, talking about the profitability of this fund. Reviewing our 2016 CAFR, I haven't seen the 2017 CAFR on our solid waste and refuse services. If we're making money, I don't see any reason to raise rates at this time. Someone else mentioned the expansion of our current central transfer facility, and it's my understanding we will eventually be bonding for that, is my understanding. So I guess if you want to raise rates, you can, and I would say that's business as usual. But to the previous speaker, it's been an open process. I've been reading a CAFR, and that's why I took time to be here tonight, because this does matter. The amazing job by our municipal and everyone else's state with the earthquake, I've been able to focus on these sorts of things. So anyways, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. Anyone else like to testify on this item? Please state your name for the record.
Bernadette Wilson. I own Denali Disposal. We're a commercial refuse company here in town. And there are a couple points that I would like to make. The first is, already we have seen drastic increases to the citizens of this municipality, whether it's due to crime that has affected their business or their personal property, whether it's due to an earthquake, whether it's due to a fuel tax. We cannot afford another increase at this time, regardless of whether or not the last increase was in 2012. That doesn't necessarily mean that this increase is justified until Solid Waste Services takes a solid look as well at where they can cut costs and save money. This morning, at roughly 7:30, before you sit down and look at all your black and white numbers on a piece of paper, I would encourage you to get out, go spend the day with the haulers. Any of you are welcome to ride in the truck with any one of my drivers. 8 trucks this morning at the transfer station, 8 transfer trucks with no trash sitting on that floor. I had another commercial hauler, the owner, call me again at 10 or 10:30 and said, Bernadette, you won't believe it. I just snapped another picture. Transfer trucks again, just sitting. I would encourage you, don't do business as normal. Take time to look at where can we cut. Is there a possibility to save money? You don't need the same level of staffing and everything else that you have as diversion now. For example, many of the haulers, whether it's taking things over to Alaska Scrap or whatever it may be, there are those opportunities. The third thing that I will bring up is that you can talk all day about has this been a transparent process or no. I can tell you that the haulers, other than one company that's owned by an outside corporation, there are multiple local haulers. We found out about 48 hours before the assembly work session when this whole thing started coming up just weeks ago. So I would encourage you to keep those 3 things very clearly in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. We have a question from Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Weddleton.
Sorry, just make sure I understand what you're describing. So there's, you say transfer trucks, the ones that take it from the transfer station to Highland, they're just sitting there.
This is
what you're saying?
Yes, this is out at Highland on the tipping floor. So we're talking out at ARL. On the tipping floor, you've got trucks all lined up that are not going back and forth. They're literally just sitting there.
So just at that moment, at that day, or are you saying it's...
Well, that was twice today. It's something that we see on a regular occurrence, which is why the phone was pulled out today at roughly 10 o'clock again with another hauler snapping a picture of it. There are several inefficiencies there that on the hauler side you can see on a regular basis, which is why I say I would encourage any of you, jump in the truck with one of us. Come for a few hours. We would love to have you see it from the other perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant.
Thanks. I just want to thank you for returning the palm tree to Spenard.
Thank you.
Okay. Good. Any other discussion? Any other questions for this speaker? Oh, she's gone. Okay. Would anyone else like to testify? There are no more questions, Ms. Wilson. Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? All right. Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Not Mr. Riviera. Any discussion or debate on this item? Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. It's kind of to the process, actually, not the content. I support it. But I've heard a chorus from the same individual at our last meeting that we should wait to do these matters of business because public process, there was no major crisis, and now this week there's another story, but we should wait. The people's business doesn't wait, and it's our job to do this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any other discussion on this topic? Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if Mr. Spafford's here because not everyone had the benefit of the work session today, but he actually made a list of all of the ways that he reached out to the public in the last 2 weeks, so that included thousands and thousands of people. So I thought he might want to speak to that. And then also, could you speak to the claim that, or could you respond to some of the testimony about what the rate increase is needed for?
Through the chair, Mark Spafford, General Manager with Solid Waste Services. So just in the last 2 weeks, in addition to all the work sessions, and of course all the public meetings and stuff that we did have with respect to the master plan and the rate increases, we had a Q&A that was put on our website. We had the Q&A was sent to the Federation of Community Councils. Just recently, again, we had the media reports in ADN, KTVA, KTUU, and of course, I don't want to forget about the Rick Rydell show in the morning. So that was 2 hours devoted to that. We had, of course, an ongoing social media campaign of outreach. We contacted the commercial haulers via email. We're going to have a bill insert, I think like Mr. Rivera said, that we're going to send out in our next billing, assuming both the rates get approved tonight, which will go out beginning of next year. I received a few entertaining phone calls, of course, from some of the outreach that we did. Other than that, we received a few emails. We also posted on Nextdoor, which we got some comments, both good or bad, either way. on that. And so we did quite a bit of public outreach initially, of course, and we did quite a bit more the last couple of weeks. And I'm sorry, you wanted me to respond to?
Well, just why we need the rate increase and what that's going towards.
So the rate increase is to ensure that we maintain a positive net revenue next year. Which again, I know that we haven't had a rate increase in a long time. That just is a testament that we've been continuing to do more with less there. And so there just comes a point in time where we're going to have to raise rates, or else we're going to go into the negative, which is where we're at right now. But the rates will also go to fund new financial new financial policies that we have at the utility, such as 60 to 90 days of operating cash we want to maintain at all times on hand so that we can make sure that we pay our bills. 2% capital reserve, so that way we make sure that when an emergency happens, i.e. like the earthquake that just happened, we have cash on hand so that way we can repair our facilities. We had some major damage that occurred at some of our ARL facilities, which are going to have to need to be repaired, and we're going to need cash for that, as well as preparing for the future, such as the transfer station, which we talked about in October, which this body approved that recommendation, approved the plan of finance. And so a portion of the money is going to go towards making sure that we maintain a positive net revenue, following the financial policies that we have instituted at the utility, as well as preparing us for the future with the new facilities that we have that we're planning for.
It's very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. I'm sorry, Mr. Spafford, there's another question here. Hang out for a second. Mr. Weddleton.
So we just heard that you had a handful of trucks sitting there idle, and that's a sign of inefficiency. How's that? Can you comment?
I don't know how that is. I mean, we have extra trucks. We don't have all of our drivers aren't driving every single truck every day. Obviously, it's a heavy duty work environment, so vehicles break down, and the last thing that we can have is not enough vehicles if we do have one break down, because the trash just keeps coming, and we have to make sure that it gets from the tipping floor to the actual working face of the landfill itself.
Follow-ups?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
So these are the really big ones that they fill them up at the transfer station and transfer them to the big landfill.
Correct.
Is that right? So how many do you have, and are like 80% running most of the time?
I think we have 14 or 15 that are available to be driven at any time. And so there's probably about half of that, or 10 of those each day, that are on the road.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant.
Just a quick follow-up on that line. So we had an earthquake, and you guys made a great announcement, free tipping at the landfill until Saturday, right? Just like APD or AFD, they've had massive deployment of forces. And so it's actually kind of reasonable to expect that you would have trucks around, wouldn't it be?
Yes, I mean, like I said, I mean, it just depending on what time of the day it is. I mean, we have employees that have to take breaks, and so sometimes there's going to be trucks sitting around while they're taking their mandatory breaks in the lunchroom or whatever. And like I said, we have enough trucks on hand, so that way we can make sure if trucks go down, that we've got enough trucks to fill in the space while we're because again, the trash just keeps coming. We have to take it from point A to point B.
Thank you for doing your part in the emergency response.
No problem. We're here for it.
The trucks that we're talking about, are those, I know there's a facility that you have that's damaged, that's not usable right now. Are those trucks typically repaired in that facility, or is that facility for a different kind of?
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. The tractor trailers that were being talked about are all serviced at the landfill. And so unfortunately, we're not going to be able to use the warm storage and or the mechanic shop there. And so we're trying to figure out now, how are we going to do work on vehicles in the middle of winter. We've been lucky. It hasn't been like completely, inundated with snow or too cold right now, but we're looking at doing some temporary facilities there to get at least some kind of temporary cover with heaters inside, so that way we can work on vehicles, throughout the winter.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Just a thought then to add that to your operating plan for the new transfer station, so we have backup capability in the future.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Okay. I see no further discussion, no further debate. All right, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously 10-0. We are now on item 13C, ordinance number AO 2018-100, an omnibus ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code and Anchorage Municipal Code of Regulations to modify fees, fines, and penalties, Office of Management and Budget. I believe
Mr. Chairman, there's also an S version that comes along with this.
Okay, so we need to move the S version.
Yes, after public hearing.
What is the will of the body?
We have to have a
Oh, wait,
public
do we need a public hearing first?
Yeah.
Okay. Public hearing is now open. Would anyone like to testify on this item? And it should be the S version. Anyone at all? Have we done this one? All right, please state your name for the record.
My name is Eugene Carl Heyman. I live in the Madison Valley. I follow the public process. The public process done appropriately. The decision made by the governing body is more like the public interest. My comments will be even briefer than the other two. You could take those comments and apply it to this one too. Save some time, with respect. And add these words. What is the harm for you to continue public hearings? What is the deadline that's so important that you wish that you say, well, we need to deal with it tonight, a couple of days after the earthquake after? What is the harm here? Is there an urgency deadline on these items? This is not business as usual. The people were distracted substantially with their own personal property, lives, and it's on their mind tonight. It'll be on their mind tomorrow night. It'll be on for a long time. There's an aftermath. It's a long period of time to go through. We're going to be feeling it, all of us, even a year from now, and thinking about that night, that day on Friday. So, with all due respect, with all their thoughts right now on what's not before you right now, personally, they're going to question, couldn't you wait, give them a chance to be here tonight another time? Because you're not doing that. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. There are no questions.
1 minute and 32 seconds to spare.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. No, there are no questions. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to second.
Okay, we've got people pressing the button and people talking. So, Mr. Peterson, you press the button first. Are you moving the S version? And Chris, are you seconding
Yes,
that?
sir.
Okay. Moved by Mr. Peterson, seconded by Mr. Constant. Discussion on this item. And I believe that there was a correction that was made between the last meeting and this one, which is why we delayed it. Just a typo or a section that was left out of the first version. Mr. Weddleton?
I guess that's my question. What's the difference here?
Mr. Falsey, would you like to answer that?
Yes, through the chair, to the best of my recollection, which is getting increasingly foggy, we introduced an S version last go-round because the title said we were modifying existing fines and fees. In fact, we were doing that and we were creating 3 new flavors of fees: a police department hazmat fee, a fire department hazmat fee, a fire department lift assist fee, and some planning review fees. So it was an amendment only to the title.
Now, it's coming back to me as well. I believe Mr. Gates caught this and noticed that we had an error in the title, and so that's why it's back before us now. Any other discussion on this item? Okay. Not seeing any, please vote on this item. Who didn't vote? Okay. Don't you start doing it, Ms. Quinn Davidson. All right, that passed 9-0. All right, we are now to new items. Item 14A, second public hearing for ordinance number AO 2018-89, an ordinance authorizing the sale of substantially all assets of Municipal Light and Power to Chugach Electric Association Incorporated, and approving a 35-year power purchase agreement with option to purchase with Chugach Electric for power generated by the Eklutna Hydroelectric Project, Department of Law. Public hearing has been continued and is now open. Would anyone like to testify on this item? I see some people. All right. If you want to testify and you think you're going to testify, please come down so we have people queued up, or you can come sit in the front here if there's a number of people that want to testify, because obviously you can see it can take some time when we're all walking from the back. Sir, could you please state your name for the record?
Brad Micklejohn, Alaska State Director for the Conservation Fund.
Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the proposed merger between Chugach Electric and MLMP. As I understand it, this merger will create significant efficiencies that will reduce costs and will benefit ratepayers, and I think that's all good news. I'm here to remind you of the significant public interest in the full recovery of the Eklutna River. The Conservation Fund just spent $7.5 million in partnership with the Eklutna Native Corporation to remove the lower Eklutna River Dam. And this is a huge success story with broad public support and political support, including your unanimous support from the Assembly. So thank you for that. While the dam on the river is gone, the Eklutna River is itself dry because of hydropower diversions. Somehow we have a salmon river that miraculously still supports 5 species of salmon but gets no water. And let's not forget that the native community of Eklutna has done much to support the growth of South Central Alaska. And they've waited 89 years to get their river back, and the question is fair as how much longer it will be. There's been a lot of lip service about good intentions to restore the Eklutna River, but so far no tangible progress or specific commitment to put water back into the river. The mitigation process expected to begin in 2019 provides no certain path to a living Eklutna River. The utility merger presents an opportunity to get specific commitments to make the Eklutna River flow again. The Eklutna Hydro Power Project provides roughly 1% of the power for South Central Alaska. Presumably, the merger dividend of increased efficiency will be greater than 1%, so some of the Eklutna River water can be returned to the river without significant impacts to ratepayers. My impression is the 35-year power purchase agreement is a disincentive to putting water back into the river because it creates an expectation of revenue over a very long period of time, over 35 years. The expectation that that water is going to produce power, not salmon. I know that the Anchorage Assembly cares deeply about the full recovery of the Eklutna River. The merger is your best vehicle to translate your words into deeds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Michael-John. We have a question. Mr. Constant.
I just want to say thank you, sir, for your work on the restoration of the Eklutna River. It was quite enheartening to be at the Bucket Brigade that day. So thank you when the dam was finally demolished.
Great, thanks.
We have another question from Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thanks for your testimony and your work. Perhaps offline, I would appreciate knowing how you think we should proceed to get the water back into its historic bed.
Well, actually, it could happen right now. The water could flow out of the lake if the utilities allowed it to. So it's not a simple plumbing, it's not a challenging plumbing problem. I think I would like to see specific commitments from the utilities that remain, MEA and Chugach, to actually deliver water. They've signed up for a 10-year mitigation process that has no clear outcome. So I'd like to have it in explicit terms that they're going to provide water at some point. I don't know what point that would be, but I'd like to have that a fairly clear statement.
Thank you.
Mr. Croft.
Well, I was just curious about the administration's response on that point, on the whether this PPA is a disincentive or not, as Mr. Michael-John was alleging.
Through the chair, if I might. No, our position is that it is not a disincentive. If anything, we've crafted a path forward which provides the municipality an ongoing voice in the process in a way that the original structure for the transaction did not. The original structure for the transaction contemplated an outright sale of the municipality's interest and a surrender of all ongoing involvement in that process. The way that it is crafted also is based on set annual payments. So the municipality is not reliant on maximizing the amount of power that is produced in order to recoup the value that we're expecting from the transaction. We're effectively transferring all rights and all risks to Chugach as part of the power purchase agreement. And again, retaining some voice in the process through ongoing ownership and ongoing representation in the decision-making body and in decisions under the Fish and Wildlife Agreement, the obligations of which have been passed in full to Chugach Electric as well. So our position, again, is that this is a significant improvement in terms of our ability to have an ongoing voice in the process over the way the transaction was structured at the outset when it was first contemplated last winter.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. There are no other questions, Mr. Michael John. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item?
My name is Eugene Carl-Haberman. I represent myself, follow the public process. The public process is done appropriately. Decision made by the governing body is more like in the public interest. Note on this item, you did have a work session, yes, yesterday. I believe it was 2 hours scheduled. You had it yesterday. Work session during the day, and that's great. Except for one thing, I have a question to you all. The day before, you passed, the Assembly passed, a declaration dealing with extending the declaration of civil emergency issued by the mayor of the municipality of Anchorage on November 30th, 2018, the day before. Now, that is effective till 10 o'clock tonight. Did that emergency end? The document says it goes to 10 o'clock. Is it all things all well in this community? Everything's fine? Again, this is not business as usual, and you noted that in your Assembly meeting Sunday morning when you agreed to extend the declaration all the way till 10 o'clock tonight, with the opportunity to extend if you need to extend it at this meeting. But the fact is, you're holding a meeting with that declaration in effect until 10 o'clock tonight, and this is not business as usual. You did that Sunday, declared this is not business as usual, and you approved that declaration. So please, with the remarks I said on the others, don't do this business as usual. Continue public hearings and give a chance to the public to connect with what's going on with their lives and then address with what you have before them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all on this extremely large and important transaction? It's $1 billion, the largest transaction in the history of the city. There we go. Mr. Pop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Bill Pop. I'm President and CEO of the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation. And just shy of 2 years ago, Anchorage Economic Development Corporation is somewhat responsible for kicking this all into gear with the working group that we pulled together of local businesses that were addressing significant challenges with incredibly large increases in electrical rates. And the one recommendation that came out of that working group, very sharply focused, was what you are dealing with tonight. The merger of these two utilities into one, the acquisition of ML&P by Chugach Electric Association. AEDC has been in support of this process from the beginning. We made the original recommendation with the support of the many businesses that we brought together to ask you to engage in a discussion of this potential. We supported your efforts to pass the original ordinance that gave the administration permission to move forward. We supported the vote that ultimately resulted in a 2-to-1 ratio of public sentiment in support of moving forward with this negotiation. And we have recently provided you with a letter of support recognizing that the terms of the deal as proposed are very acceptable to the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation Board of Directors. And then finally, as an observation on that and as an affirmation of that point of view, your own consultants yesterday, Concentric Energy Advisors, that have taken this deal apart and put it back together through their processes, came to the conclusion that the MOA has acted prudently and consistently with the ballot proposition, and that you have met the expectations of the voters in the deal that you have worked out between the municipality of Anchorage and Chugach Electric Association. AEDC stands in support of what you're about to do tonight. We recommend strongly that you vote yes.
Thank you, Mr. Pop. There are no questions.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Please state your name for the record.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, my name is Tom McGrath, and I've been watching this process for 40 years. And over that 40 years, many, many times it's come up, should Chugach Electric and ML&P be combined. Mr. Pop said 2 years ago, AADC started this process. The Anchorage Assembly had public hearings, a lot of public discussion. It went forward to the voters. 65% of the voters in Anchorage said, yes, let's do this. Of course, that wasn't done. Now the administration and you and the utilities have been working now for about 6 months to put the deal together that you're going to approve tonight. And then it goes to the RCA for another 6 months to a year to be fleshed out. And I think, if anything, the public has had tremendous opportunities to participate, and I applaud all of you. I applaud the administration and everybody that's worked on this deal. I think you've done a really great job for Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? All right, seeing none, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Who pressed the button? Aha. Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. I will have discussion. Here, I'm going to hand this to you.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. We're going to have some substantive discussion here in a second. My colleagues are in the queue, but I just wanted to speak a little bit to the process and thank Mr. McGrath for his words and Mr. Pop as well, and I wanted to echo them. This is my almost third year on the body, and this has been, I think, the most thoroughly discussed thing that we have done. It started last year with a different set of ordinances. It went to a vote of the people. We've had multiple utility committee meetings on this topic. We've had multiple work sessions on this topic. We've had 2 public hearings on this topic as if it were a municipal budget. So I just want to commend this body for doing the work, commend the administration for doing the work, commend the Chugach board for doing the work, and for all the other army of consultants and attorneys and everything else it takes, and the IBW, of course, for the work they've done as well to try to hammer out something and discuss something in public that is so crucial to the long-term health and well-being of this city. So with that, we'll get into the more substantive discussion. Mr. Dyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the testimony from the gentleman from the conservatory. Yes. I have been frustrated by the price that our area of Alaska and the Eklutna people have paid for the hydro plant. We all love renewable green energy and so on, but the cost here has been an almost entire river drainage and a very significant impact on the original residents here. And we found out yesterday, as a result of one of my questions, that we have, with the merger, twice the generating capacity that we need for our peak load. And if this gentleman's correct, that the hydro plant produces 1% of it, the cost to that drainage to the people, and particularly Eklutna people, is very disproportionate. I have thought about this a bit, and being unimaginative, I could not figure how to tip the process. And the gentleman is correct. We're at one of those rare convergences here where those of us are concerned about the environmental impact of a river drainage and the impact on the people who spent a couple thousand years there. We have a chance to make a difference. I won't tilt with that windmill by myself. If there are some others who are similarly inquired, I'd be delighted to be it. But in the meantime, I'm going to vote against this just as a symbol of my concern for what the recent immigrants to this area have done to a historically very productive river, a beautiful drainage, and a delightful people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. There was a twist there at the end. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I'm going to speak similar to what Mr. Dunbar Dunbar spoke about the process, the public did have a very strong chance to speak on this in April of this year. And resoundingly, they sent us the message, make this deal happen. On October the 9th, Tuesday, this ordinance draft was introduced. On Friday, November 2nd, a work session was held. On Wednesday, November 7th, an assembly meeting and the first public hearing was opened on this item. Thursday, November 15th, the Enterprise and Utility and Oversight Committee met. Friday, November 30th, although that was delayed, another work session was held to the 1st of December. And finally today, here we are, or I guess the 3rd of December. Today, here we are. It is Tuesday, December the 4th. It's time to get on with this. And I share Mr. Dyson and Mr. Dunbar's concern and the concern of the speaker that we are at a point of opportunity where Chugach Electric could prove themselves a hero to not just the municipality of Anchorage, but to the Eklutna people and to the kind of history of America in turning the tide on the past and restoring the flow of that river. It's symbolic and meaningful. And so I hope, Mr. Thiebert, that you can lead on that when the time is right and when this is in your hands. I intend to support this ordinance. I think that this is a great deal for the municipality of Anchorage, both the ratepayer and the taxpayer. I too commend the negotiators on this deal. Threading the needle between those interests when both parties are the same is extraordinary. And thank you for that hard work coming to a point. I've read every line of those documents. It was not easy to read. And it is proof positive that there was a lot of hard work by a lot of people. And so I'm grateful to those who did that work. And again, I am fully in support of this transaction.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Trainee.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I've been looking at this for quite a long time. I've lived in Anchorage for 47 years plus. And of all the things that's come in front of this assembly, I've been here a while, 19 years or 18, whatever, how you want to count it. This is the most important thing this body's going to deal with. This sets the future for how we're going to provide power to this area. And a lot of people had questions, can Chugach Electric handle it? We found that out with a 7.0 earthquake. I know a lot of people that were worried about the impact of that, but the power came on really fast by Chugach Electric. I don't know about the rest of the area because I get power from Chugach Electric. But within 5 hours, I had power back on. And for a lot of my neighbors, that was a source of relief to them, to know we'd survived the earthquake, there was power here, you could function your life again. Chugach has proved they can handle this. The public voted on this. It's in front of us now to vote on it and send it forward. My job is simply to vote on it and send it forward, which I intend to do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to everybody involved in this.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Yeah, when we started this process, he was clean-shaven. Mr. Constant.
I would make one more comment. Ms. Borowski, so the way that this deal was negotiated, people of your age, they'll have grandchildren, and this deal will still be paying benefits.
Yes, and I was, through the chair, I was in a government and econ class while this was being voted on. And we discussed the government, not the government, but the economical effects it could have on the people as well as tax, and just looking at it locally and reflecting on how this could become bigger and an example for other areas within the country. So I know that I've been thinking about this for a while and some of my classmates have. So I'm in support of this.
Thank you, Ms. Borowski. Very nice. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? I'm sorry, not testify. Would anyone else like to discuss or debate this item? Yes, thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Croft?
No, sir.
No? Mr. Weddleton?
It's about time.
Thank you. I'm going to, Mr. Rivera, Ms. Quinn Davidson, Ms. LaFrance? No? All right.
Let's vote.
All right, let's do it. Please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously, 10-0.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Don't be freaked out by what Mr. Trainee is about to do.
Move for an immediate reconsideration, urgent no vote.
Second.
I need a second.
Moved and seconded. We are now debating a motion to reconsider. For members of the public, for very large items, this is a standard practice. It basically prevents in the next 24 or 48 hours.
There's 24 hours, sir.
24 hours, someone calling this back up. If we bring forward this motion and vote it down, that can't happen. So any discussion on this motion?
It's appropriate, sir.
Just vote no.
Vote, just say
Vote
no.
no.
That's right. Okay, please vote on this motion. That motion fails,
Done.
and the deed is done. Okay. We are now, actually, you know what? Let's take a 5-minute break and use the restroom. Anything else you need to do? Thank you.
What's the billion? What's the billion among friends?
You did good.
Did a good job, Bill Pop.
Thanks, sir. Thank you.
Hi there. Absolutely, no problem.
True. If you.
How you doing, sir? Congratulations. We'll take $1 billion in 10s or 20s. Thank you. Not a problem.
No, we're wait. I'm just going to press it. You have.
John, thank you.
Or just because they decide they want to.
My complaint about that is it's not a merger, it's a sale.
works in the room, sir.
Oh, I know. That's right. Please take your seat, or if you don't want to remain, feel free to exit the building. Okay. Next up is item 14B, ordinance number AO 2018-106, an ordinance approving proposed rate increases by the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility for submission to the Regulatory Commission of Alaska, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility. Public hearing is now open. Would anyone wish to testify? Does anyone wish to testify on this item? Ma'am, I see you. Do you want to testify on this item? No. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Eugene Carl-Haberman. I represent myself. I follow the public process. The public process done appropriately. Decision made by the governing body is more like the public interest. You can apply all the remarks I said in the previous public hearing to this item, and that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. Very efficient. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Pearson, seconded by Mr. Constant. Discussion on this item. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. This item before us is been prepared. A lot of hard work's gone into it. It's a discussion about the rates for AWW to the Regulatory Commission. And we had a discussion at the last meeting, the budget conversations, about how the fire department hydrant fees are paid. And essentially, this is the vehicle in which that conversation will be presented forward to the RCA coming in the future. And I'm very interested to see the administration get that process underway. Even though I know it's going to cost me more in water, it'll be more fair to those people who don't see a benefit of no hydrants in their neighborhoods. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Though, to be clear, this ordinance does not address that.
No, this is a filing prepared already to go, but this is a similar vehicle that we'll be seeing in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any other discussion or debate on this item? Seeing none, please vote on this item. That item passes 10-0. We are now on item 14C, ordinance number 2018-107, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 12.40, excise tax on cigarettes and other tobacco products to establish a 30% uniform deduction on the purchase price of other tobacco products that are purchased from a distributor or other person rather than a manufacturer, prepared by the Finance Department. Public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Please state your name for the record.
My name is Eugene Carl-Haberman. I live in the Madison Valley. I follow the public process. The public process done appropriately. The decision made by the governing body is more like the public interest. Now, everything I said on the previous items pertain to this, except for one difference. This is your first public hearing, if I recall. So you can use the excuse, well, we had an earlier public hearing, so I would encourage you to have a second public hearing and encourage the chair to do the following. Is there any objection to close the public hearing? And if there is an objection, that gives you time to call for a continued public hearing without prejudicing the situation and putting in comments that you have to refrain from. Thank you very much, and that ends my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Please state your name for the record.
My name is Kerry Hennings.
I'm sorry, could you say that again and spell it?
Kerryhennings.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a question on this. What is this going to do for the prices of cigarettes, and where is this money going to go to? I know it's a reduction for, what I'm reading here is a deduction for people purchasing. Is that for the smoke shacks that are selling smokes, or what is the interest? I'm looking for clarification.
Thank you, sir. during our debate and discussion, we can have that conversation and ask the administration that question.
Okay, but the way I understand it, as soon as the public hearing and questions are over, we don't have anything else to say after your discussion.
The way the process works is there's public testimony, but there aren't questions taken from the public typically. Actually, not typically. There aren't questions taken from the public, although one of my colleagues could ask a question of the administration should they so choose.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, if you want to stay, we have a question from Mr. Weddleton for you.
Okay, so did you come about this issue and you had a concern?
No, I didn't even know this one was on the agenda. Okay. I missed it reading through the huge list.
So but I think we could just real quickly, I mean, it's fairly simple. It just simplifies the calculation of how we collect taxes, I think, and that's the general flow of it.
Mr. Weddleton, would you like to ask a question of the administration?
Right. Is that correct, Mr. Falsey?
Well, through the chair, it is just a simplification, and actually it does result in a small reduction in taxes that are collected, and does not apply to cigarettes, only to other tobacco products.
Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, that was Mr. Slivka. Okay. No one else in the queue. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Sorry, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Discussion, debate on this item. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, a follow-up question to Mr. Slivka. And regarding the tax reduction or revenue, do you know how much of an impact that would be? I noticed there wasn't a C attached, so I'm assuming it's fairly minimal.
There was a C, but I'm going to give this opportunity for Miss Liz Cruz, who is our tax manager in the Treasury Department, to come up and explain the process and clarify the tax impact, which is, I think there is a C, which I can make sure we'll get to you.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Bliss Cruz. First name is BLYSS.
Thank you.
Thank you. So through the chair, the question was what the impact is, and it's very small. It's about $13,000 of a reduction estimate per year. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
But Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Look, the question I think that follows that before she walks away is why, other than simplification. I mean, there has to be a reason why we would move revenue off the table.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Through the chair, that's the reason. It's to have a better understanding of the wholesale price under our municipal code for the taxpayers to be assessed the appropriate tax on the products that they're bringing in, other tobacco products.
Okay, Mr. Constant. Anyone else? All right, seeing no one, please vote on this item. That passes 8-2. All right, we are now on item 14D, ordinance number AO 2018-108, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code chapters 3.20 and 3.30 relating to the organization of the executive branch to create the Office of Information Technology and to change the report structure of the Office of Information Technology and the payroll division. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. LaFrance, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Discussion on this item. I know I would like to hear from Susie, Ms. Marshall, if possible, a little bit about this. So if you would come forward. We've got a question from Mr. Weddleton as well. Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah. Point of order. Did we move the S version?
Oh, I apologize. So, I didn't realize there was an S version. So who was the mover, who was the seconder? So Ms. LaFrance, did you move the S version?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. See, she was a step ahead of me. Mr. Peterson, did you move to second this S version? Yeah. Wonderful. Okay. Susie, could you just describe a little bit for the public that might be watching at home what is happening here?
Okay, this is Susie Marshall. I'm currently the acting director of IT for the municipality. What we're doing is we are moving the IT department from underneath the finance division to directly reporting to the mayor.
Okay. And I guess my question then would be for the mayor or his team, why do this? I think there are good reasons for it, but I'd like to hear you articulate them.
Through the chair to the Assembly, Ona Brous, Chief of Staff to Mayor Berkowitz. As we moved through the SAP implementation process, it became obvious that the breadth of that project was going to change the way the municipality functioned in many ways. So what we thought was that to move it out from the CFO's office up to a direct report to the mayor, specifically so that the change in operations is addressed at a senior management level that creates parity across the departments. So there isn't any, for lack of a better word, favoritism to specific departments over other departments in implementing changes and necessary workflows. That's another reason that we didn't move it specifically under the municipal manager's office, aside from the fact that so many departments already report directly to the municipal manager. Putting the OIT out directly under the mayor means that the decisions that are made in how the technology is approved and used outside of SAP, all other technology platforms that we use, is addressed in a way that is more equitable, I guess.
Thank you, Ms. Brous. We have a question from Mr. Trainey. Mr. Trainey?
Are we still going to get the same quality of updates that we get from Mr. Falsey if this is going to be under the mayor now? Falsey does such a great job.
I believe as long as we have Mr. Falsey, we will continue to get updates in the same form and fashion that we have been so far.
You're still going to be drafted when it comes up to your great charts. We appreciate it.
And through the chair, IT does not report to me now.
Correct.
Then why have we been listening to you?
That is a question I cannot answer.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Thank you, Ms. Marshall. I see no other discussion, no other debate in the queue. Please vote on this item. Oh, no worries. That item passes 10-0. We are now on item 14E, ordinance number AO 2018-97, ordinance amending the zoning map and approving the rezoning of approximately 2.04 acres from B3SL General Business District with special limitations and R2M Mixed Residential District to B3SL General Business District with special limitations for lots 1 and 2 McLaren Subdivision, Lot 1 Andres Subdivision, and Parcel 3B, located within T13 R3W. Thank you. Public hearing is now open. Oh, hey. See, that's great. That's what I want. I say public hearing is open. You're already here. I love it.
We're ready to go.
Let's do that. Be like these folks, people. All right. Sorry. Please.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Weaver, and with me this evening is Mr. Balsar. I'm representing Mr. Balsar and Mr. Hanson on this rezoning. It's a rezoning of 4 parcels of B3SL and R2M into B3SL. The special limitations are outlined on Section 2 of the ordinance. Basically has some visual enhancement landscaping along the west boundary and some L2 buffering landscaping along the east boundary where it abuts residential. We've gone to the community council. We had the community meeting as per the new code. Over 400 mailings were done for that meeting. There was substantial turnout for that meeting. A lot of citizens showed up supporting it. There were many, I believe, one assembly person, I'm not sure you were there, Mr. Penumbra.
I believe I was out of town or otherwise indisposed, but thank you. I heard about it.
Follow-up meeting, I think you were there. But legislatures were there. We had a pre-application meeting with the planning department. Planning Department did the case analysis, supported the rezoning. It went to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission supported the rezoning, and we would appreciate your support this evening. And Mr. Baltzar is here if you have any particular questions. The Community Council was mainly concerned about the appearance of the property, that there be no storage on the property. They didn't want auto body repair and those major engine repairs, so there would be vehicles left out on the property. So that was a special limitation to prohibit those kinds of things. The other issue that came up with the connexes on the rear of the property, there are a substantial number of connexes back there. They're all permitted. They're all legal. There were issues about outdoor storage on the property, which is prohibited in the B3 district. There was some equipment. He's in the process of finishing up his second building that he's built there. He's been there for over 2 decades. He's worked out in the cold, snow, rain for 2 decades. This is the first year he's been able to do it all inside. He's moved that equipment inside. He's created a good small business for the community. It's in accordance with the East Anchorage Plan, 2020 Plan, and the 2040 Plan. So we'd hope for your support.
Thank you. We have a question from Mr. Weddleton.
Actually, it's a couple. So you have a special limitation. There's a B1, L1 landscaping along Muldoon Road, and L2 against residential. That's not already required?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Weddleton, it is required. We wanted to make sure that it was there, that the community felt comfortable with it so they could see that it was there. It is a requirement, though.
Okay. And could you refresh my memory, L1 and L2, how wide are those?
The L, it's 8 and 15 feet.
Okay. Could I ask one more?
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
So in your operation, you're like a tire shop, is that right? Okay. It sounds like from the packet you've done very well, so congratulations. And that's what you're going to expect to continue to do. But just for anyone voting on this, I do support, I guess I can't say that, but, a rezone is just a rezone. And it's not a car shop or any, it could be any variety of B3 activities would ultimately be allowed, right?
Would you like to answer that question? I guess it was rhetorical. But
It was a little rhetorical, but we'd basically reserve the rest of our time for rebuttal if it's needed. But we went to it's pretty exciting to be able to use the new code. Now the property will be able to use and implement all those allowed uses that are in the B3 district that staff went through laboriously to sort out what would be appropriate and not appropriate in the B3 district. So it's pretty exciting to be able to do this.
Thank you. We don't have, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. And this is not to the petitioner, but to Mr. Weaver. I just wanted to comment how interesting it is now to have you over there and me over here. It's a different world.
Nice to see you.
Thank you. So we don't do rebuttal time here, but I will say that Mr. Balthazar, you haven't used your time yet. So if you wanted to sit down and afterwards come, you have 3 minutes you could potentially use as well. Because I think there might be other people that want to testify as well.
Just really quick. We invested like a $1.5 million to improve Muldoon Road. So we originally in 2010, we purchased the Portner store, the Triple X store, the blue building. They brought a lot of negative impact to the Muldoon area. We sat in the property for about 5 years to be able to build something nice in the property. Now we can be able to do so.
Thank you. For the record, that was Mr. Arias Balthazar. Thank you, sir. No further questions. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Please state your name for the record.
Name is Kerry Hennings. I'm actually here for the Post 29 as a recommend. I'm the second vice for them.
Oh, great.
Balthazar has been our neighbor since 1988. Been doing a great job in keeping the things clean. The things that are doing that the building crew is making a a better shop for us to have. I don't know if you've cruised down and seen the other auto body shops and tires and things down on Muldoon, but down at the corner where the old car wash is, it's pretty packed in. This is going to open it up and create a better looking deal, more like what you see on Northern Lights with Big O tires and things like that. He's kept everything clean. He gives a discount for us all the way across the board for veterans. He takes care of the community, does a lot of community support. He keeps his property pretty clean. The construction sites, we all know how that can get a little out of hand, but in 2 years we've had no problems. He's been a great neighbor in that aspect. Now, speaking for me privately, I have a residence behind him where the things will be scenic and bound. When old man Leiser in the greenhouse was there and had his old houses once they were abandoned, we've had nothing but homeless problems back there. With him doing this, it's going to create less of a homeless problem for us and also offset that park. So I appreciate it if y'all would let him have this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? If you state your name, you have a, is it a
My name
triptych?
is Fran Gregorin, and I have some pictures that go back to 2008 when Mr. Baltazar was building his shop, and I like him. I think he's nice, but he doesn't seem to follow the codes. And so I have a problem with expanding this. And I was at Planning and Zoning, and they denied him at first. He had to come back and reapply, so to speak. So I don't know if that happened. I see there's an amendment on here. But I feel like Jerry Weaver was at the MOA back when Baltazar applied for his permit to continue with his project. And I think because it was XXX on Muldoon, they felt that perhaps a tire shop would be okay, which I have no problem. But as you can see, this is not what you call clean and nice. And look at over here, this is the scenic view storage area, and they have landscaping requirements that they have fulfilled. And this is back here is in this year. Here it is. This is September 9th, 2018. This is what it looked like then. And so I would like him to get his standards up to the code. And they say a picture paints 1,000 words or is worth 1,000 words, or maybe I have that adage all wrong, but we need to keep Muldoon just clean and enjoyable. And I'm frustrated because Mr. Weaver said that it's okay with the plan, but there was no provision to have this next to the park. And so this should not have been allowed, and I know it's now in the process, so I would like him to be able to keep this. Now, in this picture here, he has a vehicle right here for auto glass, which is not allowed, and so I think he might be trying to expand. Now, I don't know how the code's going to refer to these businesses that he's going to add on. Could somebody explain that to me? Is he going to be able to do more than what he's doing, or is it under the B3 code special limitations, which I believe is height for the special limitations? Anyway, that's just what I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sure.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item?
How you guys doing today? My name is Tom Layden, and me and my wife own about 20 properties in Anchorage, some in where Mr. Baltazar's shop is. I know Mr. Baltazar personally. I've had automotive shops myself. I know that it's hard to compete with this economy when you got Costco, Sam's, Sears. When you do tires, it's just really two-shot deal, 2 seasons, the spring and the winter. So anything extra he can do, it would help his business. You know, I mean, you can't get by with just 2 seasons. I mean, he like he said, he spent over $1.5 million on his property. And you know, when you've got a construction site, yeah, there's going to be some things left over. There's going to be some problems. But Mr. Baltazar is a very honorable man. I've done business with him in the past. I know he does a lot of nonprofit stuff. I mean, he's built a really nice facility. I've been in his facility. And the guy he does a lot of nonprofit work. He helps the community out. I mean, it's a really nice facility. I mean, at $1.5 million, I would love to own that tract of land. I mean, you're talking about Muldoon. This is a big tract of commercial. It should be all B3. It should be no special limitations at all. I mean, I'm a property owner. I mean, I know all about business property. And that property is very, very valuable. It shouldn't be R2M because nobody's going to want to build R2M there. I mean, if you had a Costco coming in there or a Walmart or somebody big store, they would get whatever they wanted because that's the kind of tract of land it is. And I know Mr. Baltazar has struggled to build that building. I mean, he did most of it out of pocket. I know he sold the property over there on the west side. And for the board, the assembly, to deny a man to make a living because of a few different things that he wants to do to enhance his business. You know, when you get tires, somebody comes in there, they got a bad brakes, they got a tie rod bad, the wheel alignment's no good, they got leaky oil. Am I supposed to say, I'm sorry, I cannot do this because I've got a special limitation that says I cannot look at your vehicle, but it's not safe? You're going to have to call a tow truck up, so you're going to have to take it to Costco or some other facility because it needs a repair, because I can't do that. That should not be fair. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's a tire shop. There's a lot of things that go with repair. I mean, I'm sure nobody here would want to go in there with a bad tire. Next thing you know, they need a tie rod, and there's going to cost them another $100 to tow it out of there to go somewhere else because it's not safe for him to put that tire back on. So I think everybody should give Mr. Baltazar a fair shot at this. I think that in a year or two, when he gets all his landscaping done, it's going to be a beautiful location. I mean, I have 110% faith in him. The community's behind him. I know that this lady over here has got some pictures of whenever, but I know Mr. Baltazar just got a CO just recently. So, you know, the spring, I'm sure everything will be cleaned up. The winter, whatever he's got to do, he's going to take care of it. But as a property owner, it's a good tax base. He's paying the same amount of property taxes as somebody down the road doing more stuff with their property. So I hope you guys approve him. I think he's really good for the community, in my opinion. And I know him personally, and I think he's a great guy.
Thank you.
I wouldn't come out here. I don't talk for anybody, but, you know, it means a lot to me that he's worth it. And I hope you guys see the same that I see.
Thank you, sir. Oh, wait, there's a question from Mr. Constant. Mr. Constant?
Mr. Layden, you say you own a number of properties. Where are your properties in town?
All over. I have them diamond, I got commercial, I got residential, I got shops on 4th Avenue.
Right, that 4th Avenue shop, it's the corner of 4th and Gamble, right on the northwest side.
Correct.
You own properties also between 13th and 14th on Fairbanks.
Correct.
So I've had a number of complaints about the maintenance and care of the properties that you keep. I've had numerous requests for enforcement by code enforcement against you, but it turns out, well, now you claim you own those properties. Properties are in your wife's name on the property records, right? So I would ask.
You could ask.
Why would your testimony help this man when you actually hold properties in the same way that the public is complaining about? I mean, really, essentially, I have heard the same complaints about your properties.
My brother runs my shop downtown, okay? He takes care of that. That's his deal, okay? But I tell you what, you can call me up anytime. My number is 727-5644. I'll come down and talk to you. Whatever you want me to do, whatever you think I need to do to correct the situation, I'll be more than happy to do it. I play fair and square. If I got a muni issue, I deal with it. I know them at the municipality. If I got a code problem, I take care of it, okay? Cars just tore down the fence over there. I mean, the only thing wrong with my property is somebody painted some graffiti over there on the wall, and then cars tore the building down.
Okay, sir, I'm going to have to interrupt you, and we need to keep
You have
this.
my phone number. You call me. We get with the mayor, whatever you want to do. And I got property. I'm ready to help the homeless. Whatever I can do to help the homeless with any of my properties, I want to help them. So I'm ready to go.
And I appreciate Mr. Constant's question because it goes to the credibility, sort of speaking on this person's behalf, but we can't get into the details of the other properties because that's not what's before us today.
But can I say one thing? There are no code issues against me right now.
That's fine, not relevant to this issue. Thank you for your testimony.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Go ahead, sir.
My name is Brian Parsons. I've known Baltazar for about 18 years, both as a client or a customer, an employee, managed the shop for a while. I still go back there, do repairs for him on the buildings, repair his equipment. plus do any landscaping work he needs to be done over there. During the process, he does have a mess, but it is a construction site. You pick up stuff, you move it, you do your work, you bring your stuff back, and you get going. As he's gone about it, he's done everything he could do to make it right. When he hears a complaint, he gets us out there, or he calls people in to come in and help him move property around, move equipment around, get everything, try to keep it up to code while he's doing the construction work. Baltazar's he's great for the community. One, he gives everybody a second chance. People who are, come out of jail, they don't have any place to go to work, they need a job. He gives them a chance to come to work for him. That's something to help the community out. He also supports the LGBT community. He also supports the organization I ride with for helping protect children. There's a lot that Baltazar does. His property, yes, it gets a mess, but you're dealing with the construction site once again. He did fight for years to buy the property next to him, which was the XXX store, to tear it down because he didn't think it was a good piece of property for the land. If you drive by there right now, and I drive by there all the time, I've seen the property go from when it was the old yellow building that was falling apart and looked like a total disaster zone over there, to the brand new building, to now another building attached to that, to the property being set up properly. You can't, the difference from then to now is night and day. He went from a disaster zone to now a reputable business on the lot, and he does do everything he can for the community out there. So,
thank you, Mr. Parsons.
Yes.
There are no questions. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Please state your name for the record.
Javon Moore.
Okay.
I was just wanted to say that I support this fully. I've worked for Baltazar for 12 years or so, and everything that we're doing is just trying to give back to our customer base and help them out further. They've asked us plenty of times what we can do to move forward and what other services we can provide for them, but we're stuck in a position where we can't right now because of the zoning issues, and we just want to be able to help them out and give them what they're asking us.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item?
Good evening. My name is David Rodriguez. I'm a realtor in town. I've known Baltazar for over 25 years. I've known him since he was on the west side. He had a shop there, and he moved to the Muldoon area. He took a pretty dilapidated shop that used to exist there and built a new shop over time, demolished the other. Now he's expanded and bought this other properties in the area. And it's true, he does do tire changes, but he should be allowed to do other jobs that people are requesting. He's supportive of the community. He's helped a lot of people in need, whether they had the money or didn't have the money. He's a minority on there. He's grown his business from working out in the rain and the snow and what have you on there to building this business, if you will. I would like to see them, the Assembly, hopefully support to change some of the limitations that they have given him. He owns a nice chunk of property there. He's got a big building on there now where he can do the things that people are requesting from him because they know him, they trust him, and I'm in full support and would like to see everybody else in the Assembly support him as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Mr. Trainee. Now it's moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Trainee.
I didn't move it.
Okay. Moved by Mr.
Weddleton.
And seconded by Mr. Trainee. Okay. Thank you. Here you go, Mr. Vice Chair.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. So I have a question for Mr. Baltazar or his attorney, if you guys want to come forward. If Mr. Weaver wants to join him. Oh, he's not. Well, his spokesman then. I want to ask about the sort of questions that the testifier, the woman with the pictures, brought forward. So I'm hoping you can sort of alleviate some of her concerns, but also speak specifically to the, what was it, auto blast? Is that an expansion? Is it permitted? Could you speak to that?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Dunbar. Her pictures go back to 2008. Mr. Balzar has been there for 2 decades. She built a building behind up on the north east corner of the property. It's a professional office building, and they look over this property, and they, apparently have issues with the way it looks from the 3rd or 4th story of that professional office building. Pictures go back a long ways. Mr. Balzar has cleaned up the property. Zoning enforcement's been out there. The Planning Commission did not deny the request. They postponed the request to send code enforcement out there to see if there were violations. No violations. There was a lot of construction equipment, heavy backhoes, front-end loaders, excavators to do the dirt work for the sewer, the water, the storm drainage, all those issues. She raised them constantly. They had to occur. He had equipment that he purchased to put into the new building that was out in the rear of the property, which could technically be considered outdoor storage because it wasn't in the building yet. But it's in the building now. There are no code violations in the rear of this property now.
And can you speak specifically the auto blast car or sort of van that was there? Can you see what that was?
He can, but let me just say, he wants to be able to use all the allowed uses in the new code in the B3 districts, and that would include auto glass.
Auto blast. Mr. Baltazar?
That is a mobile unit. I do all over town. Okay. You can call me. I can go. I mean, doesn't mean I cannot park my car in my property. The longer as I do a mobile, I don't see what is the problem.
So it's stored there sometimes.
Sometimes, just whatever, when that.
And it is legally permitted to be there.
That's correct. Okay. They got the right to be there.
Okay.
And just to conclude, a couple of months ago, I invite you, couple of you guys, to make sure that you physically see what's going on, get a feeling about the property, and you can verify, and then if there were any concern if the property look like a trash, you can say, I don't believe so. We keep the place really nice. I can allow to have car park over there because they allow. They're part of my business.
Thank you. So I'm going to follow up to that.
Yeah.
So you can sit down if you'd like. Probably sit at the front in case my colleagues have any questions for you. They're in the queue. I just want to speak to this briefly. I did have the opportunity to tour the property and was impressed by what you're doing there. I think what I'd like to stress, and I know that you appreciate this, Mr. Baltazar, because you have done a lot for the community in that area. That part of Muldoon is changing, and you can see it. And it's changing partly because of your efforts, partly because of Miss, I'm sorry, ma'am, what was your name again? Gregorin. Thank you. A beautiful building that you built, and the beautiful building that Cook Inlet has built across the way, and the very significant investment by the city in the new park and the new park equipment there. So the feel and the nature of that neighborhood is changing. And so I think as it changes, I hope you do, and I trust you will, fulfill the commitments you're making about landscaping, about making it fit in with the character of that neighborhood, which is definitely changing. And someday, hopefully, we can do a capital campaign to also help out the post there as well, and the parking lot, which has a lot of, maybe has the most potholes of any parking lot in the city. But that is a part of Muldoon that I'm really excited about because of all the positive changes. There are people ice skating, children ice skating there all the time now. There's people in the summer. There's the farmers market. There's all these new customers and all these new people coming in. Northern Bank just put their first ever East Anchorage branch right across from your right across from your shop. So I'm excited about the possibility of you doing more, but I hope that you continue to listen to the people in the community, put in that landscaping, and make it feel like a changing part of the community. With that,
Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you, Mr. Weldon.
Thanks. So, especially looking at this second special limitation, it says major engine transmission differential repair or replacement, et cetera. So do we have a clear definition of major? Mr. Schutte, is there planning department?
Is there anyone from the planning department here that might be able to speak to this?
I mean, probably most.
Oh, hey, we have Ms. McNulty in the background. Wonderful.
I was about to call Mr. Weaver up.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Michelle McNulty, the planning director for the municipality. To your question about do we have a definition for major repairs, we do, and it's pretty much explained in the uses that are defined in that, such as engine, body work, upholstery, and those types of uses. Typically, major repairs are those that are more of a multi-day repair, so tire, oil changes, those types of things that are in and out service are considered minor.
Kind of follow up. So brakes, things like that, that could be done pretty quick.
That can be done quick, yeah. That would be considered a minor repair.
Okay, so there's quite a lot of automotive you could do.
Yeah, my understanding is that, so there's two issues with this property. It's split zone, so part of it's B3 SL. At the time that it was rezoned to B3, there were a substantial amount of restrictions that were put on it. Part of this is an effort to clean up the zoning and have it all be one zoning district, so a B3 SL. And the SLs there still will be SLs, but they're being modified to the minimum that will allow him to do basically same-day type service repairs, with the understanding that some people may need to drop off their vehicles the night before so they can be serviced in the morning.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Peterson.
Please don't go far.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just looking in the packet, and there was a resolution that was passed by the Northeast Community Council on June 28th. And they did vote to support this rezone, but they had a couple of items, couple conditions. The property is brought up to the current B3 standards before the rezone is complete. And number two, that there be special limitations placed on the property to prohibit the amount of vehicles parked outside and overnight parking. And so I don't know whether the property is currently brought up to B3 standards. And so, I mean, if they have a lot of cars parked outside, that may not meet the special limitation that the community council was aiming for. So I have a couple questions about those two items.
So, Mr. Baltazar, Mr. Weaver, perhaps Ms. McNulty, whoever can answer that, please do so.
The way they address the problem, they be parkers outside for long term, is that limited myself to major repairs. That way, car won't be parking for a long time, a period of time. The main reason, the main service we do in and out every day. So maybe a customer will leave the car overnight, but mostly they've gone the next day. Not allowing the body work and major repair or transmission. That will prevent the car to be parking no more than 3 or 4 days. And yes, with the requirement with the landscaping buffer, that meets the requirement for the standard for that particular petition.
Just to follow up, that was the intent and the way we crafted the special limitations when the initial ordinance submittal, that no major engine repair or body work or paint work where you typically have vehicles stored outside. But in a regular run-of-the-mill business of the B3 district, sometimes there are vehicles outside. But the way we crafted the ordinance was to try to ensure that there weren't any long-term junk vehicles or vehicles needing repair for a long period of time stored outside.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. Mr. Peterson, do you have a follow-up to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to ask Ms. McNulty what they actually would be required to do to bring that up to B3 standards. What would that include?
So the site was developed under old Title 21, so it actually enjoys legal non-conforming rights. Due to just some constraints of the site, they can't bring it all the way to conformance with new Title 21, but they can bring it far more into compliance, so that the landscaping that's being included as a special limitation would actually be basically the maximum that they can do to bring it towards compliance. Part of it has to do with where their access or their ingress point is, and that's also doubles as a fire lane, so they're kind of restricted to where they can put landscaping. But overall, it would be an improvement to the property. Because it's a special limitation, if zoning ever changes and relaxed landscaping, they'll still be held to the requirement of the special limitation. And also, because they have to go in for a building permit, we will be able to make sure that they've installed that before issuing the building permit. So there is some kind of measure to make sure that they'll install that prior to getting their certificate of occupancy.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Ms. McNulty, again. So I thought I read somewhere in here that the landscaping needs to be done before the rezone is approved. Is that true? Or did I misread that?
Well, you all have to recommend it for approval. We couldn't make it as an effective clause that would have to be installed for this to be affected. It's kind of a cart before a horse, because if they don't get their zoning, they can't move forward getting their building permits approved.
Right. So but isn't there no real enforcement that we have? I mean, our code enforcement officers' hands are tied, and they're limited in scope. And so wouldn't it be wise for us to apply a restriction that says this takes effect when that's done?
Oh, you could, but I do think that our hands aren't tied in this situation. I don't believe you have. Yeah, you have a building permit. So I just wanted to confirm that they haven't pulled that. So prior to issuing a certificate of occupancy, which is that final building permit, inspectors always go on site to ensure that the plan has been built per the construction site, and that includes landscaping. And we actually have specific people that go out there and inspect the landscaping, so we still have teeth and to enforce that.
One more question, please. I don't know, Mr. Baltazar, I don't want to question your business practices, but knowing who I heard speak, I have questions about follow-through.
Okay.
And so I would like as much of a firm commitment as we can craft into this code, as opposed to just a promise and maybe the building permit certificate of occupancy will get it, or maybe they'll come along and say, we just really couldn't do it. Can you let us get by with just this?
I don't think we're going to do that, because if we let Mr. Baltazar do that, then that means anybody that says, hey, I can't get my landscaping installed, we're not going to issue permits. I think we have a solid teeth with the building permit.
Okay. Mr. Weddleton.
Just to maybe allay Mr. Constance's fears, when I redid my building, I didn't get a certificate of occupancy until I'd met all the requirements. So you have a conditional certificate of occupancy, and I did well in excess of the landscaping that was required. But one of the trees that was required was a quarter of an inch too narrow at the trunk, and that had to be replaced. They came and they checked, and there was no CO for me until I replaced that tree. So they do watch it.
Right. But, Mr. Chair, just quickly, you weren't currently selling comic books in that location, were you?
Yeah, you get your CCO and you can operate, but you don't get your CO until you
right. And
finish
so
everything. He's
already operating, and he's already asserting grandfather rights. And so it seems to me that we have a scenario that's somewhat different than what you had.
Almost exactly parallel, except I don't do auto stuff.
Okay.
I was trying to come up with a comic book joke.
And we just raised the fees, so.
That's true. You mean the fines, right, for non-compliance? Oh, it's fees. Okay. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am still a little bit confused about some of the issues here. So if anyone on the body or anyone in the administration can help me understand, I would appreciate it. For starters, may I ask Ms. Gregorin if just what date your photos go back to?
They start at 2008 to 2018. None of them, like Mr. Weaver said, are the old ones. I gave you a progression from 2008, which were actually better than 2018. And so I don't like being called a liar. So I just want everybody to know. So here's 2008, and then we go around to 2008. Here starts.
Can you speak into the microphone?
Yeah, ma'am, you're answering questions from Ms. LaFrance, so if you would hold that up and speak into the microphone, that's fine. But
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. But Ms. LaFrance's question was, I think, what time period those were from?
Yeah, from 2008, and no landscaping was done at all. None. And then we go to 2000, it's September 9th, 2018. Still no landscaping, still a lot of trash. And it continues on till, I think my last photo was October 15 this year. So that's those dates.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And then, Mr. Chair, may I ask Ms. McNulty?
Yes.
A question? Thank you, Ms. McNulty.
You're welcome.
And do I understand correctly, just reading through the packet, and there's an email string between Mr. McLaughlin, Mr. Fern, Mr. Frost, there aren't any code violations, so the property has been, in fact, maintained to code. And you mentioned it has legal non-conforming rights. So, and then there are egress issues too concerning landscape buffering, and that the rezone could allow for more stringent landscaping requirements, but may not require it? Is that correct?
To speak to the email chain, my understanding is yes. So as Mr. Weaver clarified, the Planning and Zoning did not deny the request. They asked for it to be postponed so that code enforcement could go out and check the allegations. They found that there were some, I think, tires that were outside. I think it was due to the construction of the building. They moved them inside, and they satisfied anything that was out of line with code. The egress, it's not so much of an issue. It's just that there's, because of the sight lines, there's restrictions on where they can put landscaping. So from the nonconforming standpoint, that's what I was speaking about. We're not making it more stringent with the special limitations. The special limitation is basically duplicative to what code already requires. But if code were modified in the future and for some reason made landscaping requirements less restrictive, this special limitation would trump that, and it would actually, so in the future it could protect them. So it's a good redundancy that protects into the future. You're welcome.
Ms. McNulty, while you're here, I want to ask, so I suspect that some of the aesthetic concerns with Mr. Baltazar's property relate to the many Sealand vans or the connexes, thank you. I'm from Cordova, so we call them Sealand vans. The connexes in the back,
Yeah.
Which we'll call them sort of a legacy of the older Muldoon.
Yeah.
This doesn't change that. Is that correct? I mean, they're permitted now. They'll be permitted if we pass this or don't pass this. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So that whether the woman who is testifying likes those or not, that's not really at issue tonight.
Correct. It's still an allowed accessory use to the principal use of the car repair.
Right.
Yeah.
Mr. Weddleton.
So just one thing. So, I mean, those make the property looks very industrial looking there, and he's working on that. But there's nothing in the rezone that would make it more likely to be worse. I mean, the rezone gives them the opportunity to build stuff that would make it better. Is that kind of what we're leading towards?
That is true. And our understanding is that's the intent of the rezone, is that it will allow them to build a larger storage area so that some of the stuff can be moved inside.
So a no vote would be more restrictive, and he'd probably have more junk, and a yes vote might be prettier.
Correct. It's relative, but my understanding, I mean, if you deny it tonight, you will be left with what is there today.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant.
Ms. McNulty again. It's the test, the quiz night. So I've heard now 2 or 3 times that this will allow the full use of the land, all the many uses of the land that are allowed under the new zoning. What are kind of a broad description of the many uses that are available under this land use code?
It could be general retail, actually outdoor parking. I mean, a parking lot would actually be allowed under the current B3 zoning district. Commercial, office, retail, limited office. But typically those are it's general business, so.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
And it doesn't allow all of them because there is still the special limitation that restricts the major car repairs.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Would anyone else like to testify on, I'm sorry, is there anyone else who would like to discuss this item? Any other debate or discussion? All right, not seeing any. I'll note that I think this took maybe 5 times as long as the MLMP sale tonight. That's because we had a lot of other work sessions on the other item. Okay, please vote on this item. Wait, I'm sorry. Why is it on the board say the Library Advisory Board? Well, on our computer here, it says the other item. Do we need tech support? Do we have someone from IT here who might be able to work on the... It's still... No, not yet. Maybe we need to change the...
Even the computer's having a hard time deciding.
It's the earthquake.
Let's try that.
I think they're in the middle.
Okay, let's go back up to 9D and see what's happening there.
Well, here it does say we're voting on that. It's just not being displayed properly for the public.
It might be, yeah, I think this thing might be gotten stuck.
The projector somehow?
Can you actually, you can't make a change in regardless, right? Like, nothing, if you double click on it. So, let me reboot the system.
Okay.
Really?
I mean, not this, just the.
Oh, okay. But do you see, I've got that item highlighted. Do you know why it's highlighted? It shouldn't be.
Yeah, it shouldn't be highlighted.
So I think there's something else wrong.
And then,
I don't want to reboot it, sorry.
but we can cancel the vote, right?
Well, vote's on the right thing.
The vote is fine. There's no vote on it. Well, at least she deleted my text.
Can you double click on the other item?
Oh, there, let me double click.
Yes.
That one.
Okay,
So
so
let me
we-
double click.
Decision's more likely to be in the public interest.
Let's see if we can get another.
Represent myself.
Because that would be. Okay, I'm gonna reboot just
We are voting on the right thing. I mean,
Well, I have the vote showing up on the right thing. You can see mine shows 14E.
so, I mean, there's nothing legally concerning about what
Yeah,
we're doing.
there's
We can go.
nothing about that, but you're right, the screen is frozen.
Okay. So the display screen is frozen for the item, showing for the public the item we're voting on, but we actually are voting on the correct item in the system. Are we able to display the results of that vote?
I'm sure it'll show that.
Okay, let's do that. If the vote has been recorded, let's. That item passes unanimously 10-0. Congratulations to the folks that are now on the library board. So we are on to item 14F. Resolution number AR 2018-350. A resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage adopting recommendation to be forwarded to the Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solutions. Oh, there it is. Okay. A resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage adopting recommendations to be forwarded to the Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solutions, AMATS Policy Committee regarding the adoption of the federal fiscal year 2019 to 2022 Transportation Improvement Program TIP Planning Department. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? See, you want to testify? Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Amy Schumacher. I'm a pediatrician and a parent. I've taken care of kids in the ICU after a car versus pedestrian accidents. I've witnessed traffic and accidents at Service High and compared that to the relative calm at Hanshu Middle School on Lake Otis, where there's a school speed zone. I'm here to ask that you amend Table 8, Exhibit A, for HSIP projects to include a study and construction of a school zone and crossings on Abbott Road at Service High. The issue is safety on Abbott Road. The problem is that Service High directly exits where the speed zone is 45 miles an hour. The DOT deemed this area a high accident zone and underwent a huge project of rehabilitation. And they did a great job. They took out hills for line sight, they created shoulders and turning lanes. But they failed to do anything to address people walking or using bikes from neighborhoods on the south side. The speed limit is still 45 miles an hour. The flashing light at the hill on the entry of the school is gone, and there are no street lights. I know this isn't a new issue. In early 2015, during the project planning, our neighborhoods called and emailed. We went to public meetings. The kids that just went to get food, they took their sticky notes and put questions and said, how do I get to the trails? How do I get to the pool or to school? It is a mile to the closest safe crossing to the west, the Elmore Light. The other option we were given to walk around that guardrail to the east and then cross Birch and take the pedestrian bridge. The most dangerous time of day is when high school students, including new drivers, are going to or from school or lunch. We've again asked the ASD Safety Committee, the Municipality Traffic Division, and the DOT for a school zone, and found little support. We've been told the kids should take a 1-hour bus ride or drive. I understand that that's the official safe route to school, but the reality is that high school kids don't take this bus. And the reality is that adding more teen drivers would not improve safety. I feel like it's time to wake everyone up. So I would say that just relying on this bus plan is like me seeing a teenager in the clinic. I'm advising them abstinence, no sex, but not recognizing the reality. I need to also offer safety through condoms and contraception. As a community, we have a responsibility to recognize reality and keep our kids safe. I ask that you help us move forward towards better options by formally studying this zone for our students who are on foot or bike, car, or bus. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Julie Farley. I live in Anchorage. I love living in Anchorage, and I love raising my 3 kids in Anchorage. When I first heard that the Abbott Road was being expanded, and also was advised that there was going to be no school crossing for the kids, I was absolutely shocked and said, well, I'm sure that the community, the people doing this project, will listen to the kids who are saying, hey, how do I cross this road? But so it's 3 years later, I think it's about 3. The road looks great. It's designed for fast traffic, and traffic is moving 45 miles an hour. And of course, let's just say traffic will go normally up to 55. And what I've done is I've got to teach my kid, she's youngest is 13, Mom, how do I cross this road at 55? And I don't know if anyone has ever really given your teenage kids, or even when she was 12, she asked, if you've got to advise a kid on how to cross a road where traffic is moving at 55, that's just a conversation I never thought. Living in Anchorage, I love living here. The community, the government has built this road, and now I'm forced to advise my kid on this. And here's the thing is, I don't even live in that part of town. And yet I find myself there because we have this incredible jewel, Hillside Trails. The community has Arctic, they have the bicycling. I'm failing to remember the name of the event, but there's bicycling that goes on there for my kids. There's Tuesday night races that go on. So we're there all the time. And there's a lot of back and forth activity with the neighborhood across there. Mom, I forgot my water, so okay, race back there. They don't forget their helmets, so that's a good thing. So I'm not having to run that risk. But I'm just asking that you provide funding through the Exhibit 8, Highway Safety Improvement Project, to look at some safe crossing for the kids. One of those signs where you can push the button so that the kids could use it on demand, or anyone crossing it. I will not attempt crossing it in crutches, but a light with a sign would be fabulous, or something else. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Would anyone else like to testify on this item?
I'm a little upset. I got my 3 minutes of fame from Mr. Constant. I was here earlier, and I came here and speak on Baltazar's behalf, but I'm going to tell you who I am.
Sir, are you testifying on this item before us now?
I'm testifying because there's a problem here with how I was treated here.
No, sir. We have audience participation at the end.
I got 2 minutes to say whatever I want, correct?
No,
Why
you
not?
can test because our rules state that you have to testify on the item before us. But there is a time when you can, for audience participation, where you can say whatever you want. But it's at the end of our agenda. Okay, because right now we're
on the agenda. I understand. I have 4 children graduated UAA. One works for Red Cross, South Central. One's got an accounting degree. And my son got a business degree, all graduated UAA. So Mr. Constant to attack me,
look,
I don't even know him.
Sir?
I'm upset.
Okay, you can testify, but you have to testify on this now,
When
okay?
I come to the assembly, I always treat everybody here with class. I never come here and show my ass. I try to treat everybody with the decency that they should get. For somebody to come here and attack me, the public that pays property taxes.
Sir, right now you are...
I'm upset.
I know. Okay.
You get attacked like that. I shouldn't have to come here and get attacked.
Right now you're preventing other people from testifying on this item. You can testify afterwards.
Please show a little bit more courtesy to people that come here before the board.
Okay. Okay. Would anyone else like to testify on this item?
Yes, hello. I'm Nancy Peace. I'm a land use planner by profession with an enduring interest in pedestrian connectivity, and I'm a Service High alum. I'm here to support an addition to Table 8 of the Highway Safety Improvement Program for study and installation of a safe crossing in a speed zone on Abbott Road at Service High School. I'd like to make 3 points. I'm not so happy about the redesign of Abbott Road with regard to safety. We just spent millions of dollars to put in this 2-way left turn lane with a 45-mile-per-hour speed. And most of you drive, and you know that 2-way left turn lanes are particularly unpredictable because the driver decides the entry point, the exit point, and the speed in that center lane. And when you have teen drivers, they're by definition inexperienced. It's a really unpredictable situation. And in addition, of course, the center lane is a temptation for through traffic, passing, acceleration, all illegal, but done. In addition, DOT removed the flashing light at one of the driveways to Service High. So in combination, this makes it much more unpredictable and therefore dangerous for students to cross. My second point is that Abbott Road redesign doesn't really comport very well with our adopted plans. We got the Hillside District Plan, which showed pedestrian facilities on both the north and the south side of Abbott Road, primary pedestrian corridor. We only have the north side built. That makes it even more imperative to build crossings so residents on the south side have access. And also, this is a minor arterial, and in the official streets and highways plan, it is intended that minor arterials provide and allow connection between neighborhoods and from neighborhoods to community facilities such as schools. My final point is a little bit of a physics lesson, I guess. Planners are well aware that a pedestrian struck by a vehicle at 40 miles per hour is almost always killed. But you drop that speed down to 20 miles per hour and you get a small change in velocity resulting in a big change in kinetic energy. I have here a UK study by the DOT there that 19 out of 20 pedestrians will survive a crash with a car, being hit by a car at 20 miles an hour, a 19 out of 20 survival rate. A full 30% will walk away without any injuries whatsoever. And those are pretty good odds. Students would have a 95% chance of surviving getting struck on what otherwise, in a 45-mile-per-hour zone, would be the last day of their life, just trying to get to school. So with student drivers negotiating that center turn lane, that would also be much safer at 20 miles per hour. So in conclusion, I'm hoping that you'll take Table 8, Safety Highway Improvement Program, and add an item for study and installation of crossings and speed zones at Service High. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pease. Well timed. Would anyone else like to testify? Please state your name.
I'm Heidi Schumacher, 6th grader. You should vote to spend money for speed zone and some flashing lights. Put this in your transportation plan. You can save kids' lives. I live right across the street from Service High. It's a 3-minute walk to get there. For high school, we are told to take a bus at 6:30 a.m., 1 hour before classes. I've never seen either of my brothers or the kids from my neighborhood do this. They always walk. At lunch, they bring a bunch of friends home. I usually follow the rules, but I don't think I'd take a 1-hour bus ride to get to school, especially when I'm 17 or 18 years old. I don't think it would be safe to drive out into that fast traffic.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have a question for you. Mr. Weddleton.
So, do you go to Trailside?
No, Rokashula, German immersion.
All right, thank you.
We have another question from Ms. Spiroski.
Not a question, but a comment. I've traveled from Service to across the street, and I can testify that it is absolutely terrifying. And I completely back you. There should be a crosswalk there lighted so that students can be seen when walking to school early in the morning and then walking home after school programs, which usually don't even get out until the sun is already down. So I am completely with you.
Thank you, Ms. Spiroski. Thank you. Would you like to testify?
Yes.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name's Meredith Thurston. I'm a 7th grader.
Okay.
You guys should vote to spend the money for a speed zone and flashing lights. When the construction happened on Abbott Road, a woman named Sam knocked on my friend Ryder's door. She said she was extremely worried about the kids crossing the street at all hours of the day. She unfolded the road plans and said that cars will be going faster now and they will not be doing anything for people who walk or ride bikes across. She was so worried that she did this twice. You guys should vote to save kids' lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. We have a question from Mr. Constant.
A question for both the young ladies. This is the first time you've testified in front of the city government? Yep. Well, thank you very much for coming out here and being brave.
Thanks.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify? Not Ms. Ramsey's first time testifying.
Not quite sure how to take that there. Good evening, Chairman Dunbar and members of the Assembly. My name is Carolyn Ramsey. I'm president of the Airport Heights Community Council, and I'm here tonight on behalf of our council to testify in support of the TIP, especially as far as 008, and I believe it was 0006 tutor. Anyway, as far as the TDM, let's see here. We do have one request as for the TIP. As many of you know, 10 community councils have passed resolutions against the UMed Northern Access Road, along with many Anchorage residents who have been speaking out against this project for years. Building this road would have potentially had a large negative effect financially on the municipality. I could spend hours standing here talking about it, but instead I'd like to highlight a very positive step forward, the Transportation Demand Management Study, now included in the TIP. Funding the TDMS is the most responsible method moving Anchorage forward toward a sustainable infrastructure. The UMed District Plan states on page 3, under priority projects, the number 2 priority is the completion of the TDMS. Universities cohabitating with residential and or medical districts across the U.S. use a TDM in their districts. A letter from Page and Turnbull back in October of 2013 said that a UMed TDM should be funded and completed with the results of that study taking precedent. AHCC, along with many others, would appreciate your support in moving this item in the TIP forward. As for our one request, I believe Carol Wong is the director of the Municipal Long Range Transportation or Long Range Planning Department in the municipality. We'd like to request that her department oversee the TDMS. Due to the history of this project, there is not a lot of trust from this community when it comes to the UMed district and the kerfuffle with this road. It's our desire that the TDMS be done accurately and without bias. This is much less likely to happen with AMAT's oversight, since much of AMAT's is stacked with DOT and many other developers, kind of a fox hen house thing. Muni Long Range Planning are the developers of the UMed District Plan. They have knowledge, skill, and ability to see this project through without having to contract all of it out, which will allow the TIP money to stretch even farther, giving us a better quality project and a TDMS done without bias one way or another. The TDM, or Traffic Demand Management Implementation, will need to be put into place and then monitored. Long-range planning can do this. Minor changes can be evaluated and implemented through long-range planning. After approximately 5 years, a project will need to be restudied, evaluated for effectiveness, and long-range planning can do this with minimal help. The project will need oversight and minor implementation changes as Anchorage grows and changes. Long-range planning will be in the best position to do this moving on into the future, as they're the front lines of the muni planning. A TDMS is not an isolated project. It's not about one set of changes and we're done. It's a commitment to the UMed district and its neighbors to keep the district moving forward. I have 5 minutes, growing responsibly and sustainably for all. We would also like to thank Mr. Weddleton and Mr. Peterson, Assembly members, and Mr. Constant and Mr. Schutte, of everybody working together to get this moving forward.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey. So I have a question for you then. So you're asking us, you think Muni long-range planning should have oversight of the TDMS.
Correct.
Is this the document where we could assert that? I mean, is there a particular place we'd have to insert an amendment?
You know, I would really like to know that, and I'm not sure. I know that I've emailed, and I've never really it's there, but I wanted to stress it in front of the Assembly because I didn't have another avenue to stress it at, since this has already gone through AMATs.
Okay.
And when asked at the AMATs levels, like, well, we don't know what we're going to do, and I wanted at least some place to be able to put this out.
Mr. Weddleton?
Maybe this isn't the time, but I think there is another document that could be put in. But I think when we get into discussion, we could ask Mr. Lyons to kind of help with that.
Awesome.
Thank you. There are no other questions. Thank you, Ms. Ramsey.
Thank you very much. And I really do support these guys up at Service. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for your testimony. I think we will have a number of questions once we get to debate. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Donald Hennessy. Thank you, Assembly and Chair. I'm a teacher at Anchorage School District. I work over at Whaley School over here, and I'm absolutely shocked that there's not a student passage across the road there to Service High, and 45 miles an hour seems ridiculous, but I also know that a number of those push-button things don't work, especially the one across from East High on Regal. It doesn't work most of the time, and a lot of them have snow bluffs all the way up to it, so you have to bend over to your ankles to push the button anyway, especially when it snows. This year we're not getting snow, but yeah, I think you should put a student crosswalk in there, or a crosswalk in there with flashing lights and a button to push so that the light changes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. No questions there. Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Mr. Constant. A lot of people in the queue. We'll start with you, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Two things. I'll start with my favorite project. Thank you to the team and everybody for finally, after all of these years, appropriating or at least attempting to appropriate funding to study the downtown environmental linkages. And that's the kind of nouveau way of saying the highway-to-highway plan or how to fix the downtown district. Because really that road project has held the neighborhood hostage. So thank you to everybody, and I'm really grateful for that question being on the table, finally. The second question I have, Craig, and this one's for you specifically, is what would such a study and the beginning of a process to figure out a school zone in front of a high school cost? And if this is not the proper vehicle, what is the proper vehicle to make that happen?
Yeah, sure. Through the chair, my name is Craig Lyon. I'm the Transportation Planning Manager for the municipality, and I manage AMATS. Just a little bit of background to help answer the question. So the TIP is a 4-year program of projects, and it shows all the federal funds that could be spent in the in the AMATS area using federal funds for surface transportation improvements. There are a few tables in here that AMATS controls the allocation of. And then there are a number of them that AMATS does not control the allocation of, but they have to be shown in here due to federal law. And the National Highway System is one of those. So those are funds that are controlled by the state of Alaska. The HSIP program is another one that is controlled by the state of Alaska. The transit projects that are in here, the FTA money, the Federal Transit Administration monies, that's a table in here that, again, AMATS doesn't decide the allocation of. So AMATS cannot dictate what occurs in the HSIP program. That is something that the state of Alaska, they have a ranking and scoring process, and they come up with projects. Typically, they are smaller spot improvements. Lately, they've been doing larger ones, but typically they are smaller spot improvements at certain intersections that have high crashes or things of that nature. This body is, more than welcome to recommend that a project get included in the HSIP. But AMATS can't unilaterally decide that. They can recommend that to the state of Alaska to add such a project. I really don't have an idea what a cost might be for that sort of project, because it's not something that AMATS normally does. Those kind of safety-related projects.
So would this be something Stephanie could get us closer to, Stephanie Marmello?
Well, she would certainly be involved in it as traffic engineer. I think that usually when the HSIP is created, that she is, that she gets asked for what are some areas that are been told about needs, because usually when they do the HSIP, similar to when we do ours, when we do our ranking and scoring, we have specific criteria and it's based on data, as much data as you can get. But there are certainly times when you can say, look, the data may not necessarily suggest something is needed here, but there's clearly a cry from the community that something should be done there. So I think that would be a good way to, issue forth a call saying, numbers may not dictate it. I don't know, they may, but there's definitely a need and the community is asking for it.
So quick follow-up on that. Then, so I can think of West High and East High and a number of high schools that do have these 20-mile-per-hour school zones, and most of our elementary schools and all of our middle schools. And so is it an oversight that didn't happen here?
I can't answer that question. I'm not really sure.
Is there anyone here from the administration that could answer that question?
Mr. Weddleton might be able to.
I try to keep my comments polite, so I won't.
Okay. I would like to hear from, Mr. Constant, would you like to ask this?
Absolutely. Why don't you come on up and tell us what you've been told? Thank you. Please.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Amy Schumacher. I've been told that it's not, the plan is that kids don't walk, that they take the bus. That's their plan. But I keep pointing out that they do walk.
Right. It's not rational.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton's in the queue. I'm sort of curious, Mr. Weddleton, and perhaps you'll speak a little bit to this, but, you know, I'm always a little shocked when I go to South Anchorage how fast y'all drive on these very narrow roads, and I'm curious how this happened, frankly. It's not my neck of the woods, but I assume that you weren't on the AMAT's policy committee when those decisions were made.
Well, what I'd like to do, I'll address all that because I lived in the area for 13 years and and actually now very familiar with this. But I'd like to make a motion for an amendment and then speak to it, and I can address those things.
Okay.
So I'd like to, move to amend Table 8, in Exhibit A, to add project HSP 9 to study a safe crossing and speed zone on Abbott Road near Service High and Trailside Elementary.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Mr. Constant. We are now debating Mr. Weddleton's amendment.
Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
if I could speak on it a bit. I mean, you've heard here just a tip of the iceberg. I mean, I was chair of the Mid-Hillside Community Council in 2000, 2005 when they were starting to plan this project. And as the cry for safe crossings existed then, and what we did is we built a wider, faster road and went the opposite way. And we need to accommodate walking. I mean, it's really absurd to tell our kids, we have a problem with kids being too sedate in this world, and we tell them, no, don't walk across the street, take an hour bus ride. This is ridiculous. And it's not like we're asking for something special. Before a fast road was built, you could cross it. Yeah. We just want back what we had before. So at any rate, so the need is very clear.
Okay, Mr. Weddleton, I have a question for you. When you say we built it, was it we, the municipality, or was it the state?
But
and
the state.
Who controls the road?
That is the state, yeah.
Yeah.
But in general, we as society. But regarding this, adding this in this table, I think Mr. Lyon gave kind of the correct assessment of this. There is fiscal constraints throughout the tip, but this is outside of those fiscal constraints and also outside of the realm of AMATs. But we get this on the list, highlight it to the state, and I think start getting this project in play. It should have been part of the big road project. It wasn't, but the need is not only there, it's always been there, but it's even more dire now.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. There were people already in the queue. Do you want to speak to Mr. Weddleton's amendment? Ms. Sporowski, do you want to speak to the amendment?
Yes, I was actually going to recommend something like Mr. Weddleton's amendment because this is very important, especially to the Hillside community and the students going to service, because it is such a busy road. People don't slow down, especially in the wintertime. It is very fast-paced, and I think a study to show how dangerous it can be is very important, and I completely support Mr. Weddleton's amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Sporowski. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have another subject I was going to talk about, but I also support Mr. Weddleton's amendment. Thank you.
Okay. You want to get back in the queue there? I'm sorry, I deleted you. There you go. Mr. Trainey, do you want to speak to the amendment?
No, I've got another amendment relative to 47th, because right now the kids that come out the bike trail, they look on Lake Otis 45 miles an hour and try and see when they can run across and not get hit by a car. I want to add that one into it. So my colleague will join me from that area too.
Thank you. We will we'll finish debate on this amendment first. Mr. Gates, you're in the queue. Would you like to speak to Mr. Weddleton's amendment, or you for the underlying ordinance?
Yes, about the amendment. Just for our understanding, this project being added, what is the dollar amount? There's several columns here on Table 8. Would that be $0 amount attached to the amendment?
It's a good question. Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, thanks for that. Actually, we don't have a dollar amount at this point, but this will go, we're making a recommendation to the AMATS Policy Committee, and that committee meets on the 20th, so we should have time to get some general idea of what this might cost. And so I would just say, let's add it in there, and then at the AMATS policy level, I believe we could add in a dollar amount.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Is there any other discussion on Mr. Weddleton's amendment specifically?
Yes,
Mr. Constant.
Just so you know, I already had it drafted over there, so I'm with you. Dean was on it.
Oh, okay. Okay. Would anyone else like to speak to Mr. Weddleton's amendment to Table 8 of Exhibit A, adding a study for a safe crossing and a speed study at, what is the exact location, Mr. Weddleton?
Well, it'd be Abbott, so it'd be add a study a safe crossing and speed zone on Abbott Road near Service High and Trailside Elementary.
Okay. Do we have that recorded somewhere?
May I read it?
Oh, it disappeared.
Does that look good?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Okay.
Actually, it doesn't say Abbott Road on there. On Abbott Road near, yeah.
Is it on Abbott Road near Service High and Trail Elementary?
I believe so. So to add a safe crossing and speed zone on Abbott Road near Service High and Trailside Elementary?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Please vote on Mr. Weddleton's amendment.
Just disappeared again. That's true.
Sorry, we're having some fairly aggressive computer resistance tonight.
I'm blaming it on the earthquake.
That's right. Okay, are we ready to vote? Please vote on Mr. Weddleton's amendment. That amendment passes unanimously. Democracy in action. Okay, next, Mr. Trainey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to add something to Table 8, Exhibit A. This is going to be on Lake Otis at 47th Street. We have a bike path the city put in years ago that drops out right there at 47th and Lake Otis. And there is no crossing there. So every night in the summertime or in the wintertime when people have a bike, they look both ways on Lake Otis and try and shoot across. And the problem is somebody's going to get killed, and people are going to ask us, you knew this was happening, why didn't you take care of it? We need to have this done. A study needs to be done. I've heard it's up to $20 million because they're going to have to put it over, they're going to have to put a crossing over the road. You can't go under it because of where the water's at there. It's got to go over the road. But if you take a look at the city, we've increased with money the bike path. We've encouraged people to take the bike path, but they get out at 47th and Lake Otis, and then what do? They look across the road and they try and shoot across it. One of them's going to get killed, and they're going to ask you guys why you didn't deal with it. And some people want to put it on here to start to get study money done on this. And John Rod has looked at this. He knows what the problem is. We've been talking about this a long time.
So, yes, this is not the first time I've heard you discuss this intersection, Mr. Trainey. So my understanding is it's an amendment to Table 8 of Exhibit A to add HSP 0010, and then what would the verbiage be?
Would be bicycle crossing at Lake Otis and 47th Street in conjunction with the city bike path that dumps there.
Don't use the word dumps, ma'am.
Ends there, whatever.
It's HSP, what was that?
HSP 0010.
I don't want somebody terminated there, sir.
It's not going to be successful.
And I'll need Mr. Rivera to second
Keeps
it.
it in play.
Second. Don't take that from him, Felix.
No pressure.
Yes. Okay, hold on. So here's how it reads. Amendment to add a study to Table 8, HSP 0010 for bicycle crossing at Lake Otis and 47th Street.
Absolutely.
So I think it's essentially an amendment to Table 8 of Exhibit A, amendment to Table 8 of Exhibit A to add line HSP 0010 for a study and then for the rest.
Mr. Chairman, it is in conjunction with the city bike path the city put in that terminates there.
Oh.
We put lots of $1 million into it. I want to see something done with it.
They show it to us on the screen? Oh, I know this stuff.
Mr. Rivera, have you seconded that yet?
Yes. Mr. Claus.
It's fine.
I did second it, yes.
That if you want.
Thank you.
Funding or a study?
Yeah, you're right.
You forget I missed you guys for 2 weeks.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, would you please read the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment now reads, it's an amendment to Table 8 of Exhibit A to add line HSP 0010 to add a study for a bicycle and pedestrian crossing at Lake Otis and 47th Street.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Rivera, you're in the queue.
Yes, I would like to speak in support of this. I don't see the verbiage yet on our screen, but from advice from Mr. Whittleton, I think it might be prudent for us to get rid of the bicycle part of this and just say crossing. I think that might be more prudent.
Just a pedestrian crossing then, or? Okay.
Actually, Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Rivera, I think that bicycle is appropriate because there's federal dollars that come down for bicycle transportation. And given the fact the city's adopted bicycles and motor transportation, and we've put money into that, I think it'll help us when we try and get federal dollars to make this actually happen, sir. Just my idea.
Point of information, I think it's called non-motorized. That's the
what?
current term, non-motorized.
Whatever.
Mr. Weddleton, you're in the queue.
Sorry.
Well, just to clarify that, I do support this, but I do recommend we don't have bike paths in Anchorage. We have pathways. And just call this is, I've bicycled across it, I've run across it, and I've walked across this. So it's really, we're just looking for, safe crossing of all types. And so it doesn't really gain us to say bicycle. You could say non-motorized, but I think we just say it's a safe pathway, safe crossing at the pathway.
Okay, we'll take out bicycle and pedestrian and change the word safe. Do you accept that change, Mr. Trainee?
Sure.
Does the seconder, Mr. Felix, accept that change?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. So, any other discussion on this amendment? All right, not seeing any. Please vote on this amendment. That passes 10-0. We are now back to the main motion. Mr. Gates, are you still in the queue, or is that from before?
Save with the dollars.
Okay. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I should have made a note of what it was I wanted to talk about, because after all those amendments, it seems to have slipped my mind.
Was it about the TDMS and Ms. Ramsey's comments?
About baseball?
Yeah, probably. I'm sure it was about baseball or something, Dick, right. Now, I'll probably think of it after we're finished. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, I'll remind Mr. Peterson, we had a request regarding the TDMS and who would do it. And I think the points may have some validity, but that's something that I don't think would go in here, but there is an annual work plan, and I think in the work plan you could specify in more detail who does what, when, and where. That's what the work plan is for. And I think that's done for this year, but next year we would have a new one. It's an annual plan, I believe.
Our planner is nodding.
And I actually just remembered.
Go ahead, Peterson.
We have Begich Middle School on DeBar Road in East Anchorage in our district, Mr. Chairman, and that opened about 11 years ago or 12 years ago, and it took them approximately 7 years before they got a blinking yellow light and a crossing there. And there was a Senator Willikowski and I actually worked on that, and it still took 7 years before we got that. So it doesn't happen as quickly as you think it might. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. All right. Any other discussion on this underlying motion as amended? All right. Please vote on this item. That passes 10-0. We are now on item 14G, resolution number AR 2018-354, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $2 million as a grant from the State of Alaska Department of Commerce, Community, and Economic Development to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund, Anchorage Police Department, for Police Department Crime Prevention and Response Equipment. Public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? All right, seeing no one, Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. LaFrance? Okay. Any discussion on this item? All right, not seeing any, please vote on this item. The item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14H, resolution number AR 2018-355, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating a grant in the amount of $113,091 from the State of Alaska Department of Education Early Development, Division of Libraries, Archives and Museums to the State Direct Federal Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund within the Library Department for the Ready to Read Resource Center grant. Public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body? Can I get a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion on this item? All right. Seeing Mr. Weddleton. Excellent. Well done. Anyone else wish to discuss this item? Seeing none, please vote on this item. That item passes 10-0. We are now on item 14I, resolution number AR 2018-361, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $908,235 from the Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities Federal Transportation Equity Act for the 21st Century funding to the Project Management and Engineering Department within the Anchorage Roads and Drainage Service Area Capital Improvement Fund for support related to University Lake Drive Extension Project Management and Engineering. Public testimony is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Any debate or discussion? Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. Is there anyone here from the department on this project?
Oh,
you are
from the
on
department?
down. Thanks.
Oh, come on down.
I was looking at the map on this one, and I was wondering, who does this serve?
My name is Russ Oswald. I'm a project manager for PM&E for the municipality.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you state your name again?
Russ Oswald.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks again, Russ. So I was looking
I've actually inherited this project from a PM that retired earlier this year, so I may not have the history that you...
And I don't have a problem with it, but I look and I think this is kind of abutting the dog park there, right?
Can you say that again, please?
This abuts the dog park and kind of pulls towards the APU, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So who's back there? Because there's the hotel on the side. I'm just curious what this project is going to serve, if you know.
It's backing not only road access but pedestrian access back around to the backside, on the backside of the APU and the municipal park property in between, to allow increased access and improve access in there. My understanding is the existing facility in there was never built to any standard.
Right.
It's kind of a old macadam type road that was just pavement thrown on it at one time. We're just trying to correct that now.
So it's basically a park improvement, park access improvement.
It's park and overall access to the area, general area.
Thank you.
Am I misremembering? I feel like this has been presented to the University Community Council, or perhaps APU has spoken to it there.
It is. It has. There's been, everything I've seen on it has been, it's been embraced and accepted.
And am I remembering right that there's plans to do some commercial development back there, or is that a different part of the APU campus?
No, I think there's some thought to put some commercial buildings back in there like what's there now.
Yep.
The area has been developing now.
Right. And I think it's sort of it's a testament to the quality of the project and also the outreach that's been done that there isn't the kind of pushback on this one that there has been on the other more famous road in the same area, because it has different goals and it goes to a different place and it's an existing road. It's largely an existing road that's being improved.
Yeah, well, it looks like the existing road will be pushed back, extended. Okay. I can't tell you, I think about approximately a quarter mile or so in the end when it's all said and done. that area has been developing, if you look at that area, it's been developing with some medical office type buildings and that type of thing.
So that actually brings me to the question. I guess maybe this is more for debate. I guess, are we in debate?
We're in debate.
So this is a development question I have, maybe it's rhetorical or philosophical, but we are funding an extension of a road into an area that really will serve development and private industry and businesses, and we're using government money to do it, but we tell other developers, no, you have to be the first one to put in this infrastructure. And I'm just so curious about how these decisions are made, how these resources are applied, in that somebody is granted an award, essentially, of $2 million to extend their private interests. So anyhow, I guess it's just being philosophical.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I go to this dog park periodically. So you drive down, the hotel's on the right, it dead ends. So the idea is to build the road into just straightforward along the lake?
Not along the lake, but along the hillside, the toe of the hill, parallel the road back in, curving to the left. You know where the soccer fields are?
Yeah.
And it'll end down by the soccer fields. Now you have to kind of walk down from the top of the hill back around to the soccer fields. And where the ski loop is and all back in there?
Like if you went left when you get to the dog park and you curve around, sort of as you're curving, there's a field on the left.
This is the other side of the dog park, other side of the pond from the dog park, over by the medical facilities, closer to heading towards the uphill road to at the end of it's now Elmore, but it used to be Bergerac. But
got it, on the other side of the lake.
Right where that medical office building is on the corner.
Okay.
Yeah, on the right-hand side.
Okay. Any other discussion of this item? Mr. Constant.
Thanks. I'll reiterate, it confuses me as to how decisions are made where public money is spent to support private interests when you have other places where it just doesn't happen. So I am supportive of this because the area can use the improvement, but I can't quite understand.
And these funds, what is the source for these funds?
My understanding is it's all part of the federal program it's passed through. Yeah. And this project has been around for, I'm going to say 10 years that I know of.
Yeah.
It's just little piece at a time, and now it's just ramping up.
Here it says Federal Transportation Equity Act for 21st Century Funding. So it's not bond money, for example. No. It appears to be federal funding.
No, this is all federal.
Mr. Trainee.
I understand this was Ted Stevens' money originally. Came through in conjunction with APU in that area. It's old Ted Stevens' money that's finally getting there to develop this road in.
That's my understanding as well.
Yeah. So let's vote yes and approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. There's your answer, Mr. Constant. The answer is Ted Stevens.
Which adds to the mystification from the grave.
All right. Any other debate on this item? Not seeing any. Please vote on this item. Mr. Trainee? Well, did you vote, Mr. Trainee? Thank you. That passes unanimously. Okay, we are now on item 14J, resolution number AR 2018-347, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly establishing housing development strategies in Eagle River by authorizing and requesting the mayor to enter into an infrastructure coordination agreement. Assembly members Trainee, Demboski, and Dyson. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Okay. Go ahead.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I live in the Mendocino Valley. I follow the public process. The public process done appropriately, the decision made by the governing body is more likely the public interest. Note, a couple of things to note on this thing. You had an extensive meeting with Euclid Incorporated prior to the earthquake, and you addressed this issue. The major party is the municipality of Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility, and Euclid Doesn't note that on the title, but let's go further on this thing. The need for this is dealing with a major expansion of housing. As you know, many people have moved to the valley. Why? Lack of land. So you're going into this direction. Now, I'm not saying that I'm not against, I'm for responsible development, but there are two critical things I'm going to address here tonight. One I didn't expect to address until a recent situation that occurred Friday. Hint, hint. And the other one is this scenario. After the work session, after the meeting, the assembly meeting, when you had with Ukludna, I asked outside the head of Ukludna this question: is your board of directors meetings open to the public? The answer was no. No. So you're going to be involved with an operation where they hold the board of directors meetings closed to the public. At your last regular assembly meeting, prior to that, I visited AFN, Alaska Federation of Natives. Is their board of directors meetings open to the public? The answer is no, and they refuse to provide me a copy of their bylaws. This proposal here is dealing with parties that believe in keeping their board meetings closed to the public. This is not something this assembly should adopt. You should have ordinances, laws that says that any corporation you're dealing with, all board meetings are open to the public. We talk that about is transparency. So what we got here is a major development. Funds dealing with the municipality of Anchorage. Yes, it's an investment dollars. Someone has to pay for it. But you're dealing with a body, Ukludna Native Corporation, who holds board meetings closed to the public. Now let's go with part two. Last Friday we had an earthquake. Now the statement's going out and saying that, hey, our structure is really built well and we withstand that earthquake. Well, tell that to a lot of people who are shaken right now and uncertain about the future and what's out there and what will happen to them. Some of them lost their homes. So you're involved with a situation of infrastructure, major infrastructure. And again, I'm not questioning the need for development, responsible development. But this city needs to put on hold now to address the earthquake situation. Because what Anchorage has done in the last 40 years is look the other way in development and go where the earthquake is and says, we're going to build it that it won't fail.
I did that.
And that's end. Any questions? Thank you.
No questions. Thank you for your
You sure? I would think, just one footnote.
Would anyone else like to testify?
You let this, so the public wasn't here at one of the last items of the agenda. Need to continue public hearing.
Thank you. I don't think it worked. Anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. I'm going to unclose that. You didn't hear that. I'm pulling back
Chairman,
that.
I want to continue the public hearing to the 18th of December, 2018.
Okay.
Second.
So we have a motion to continue the public hearing until the 18th of December?
December, sir.
Is that something we need to debate and vote on?
No, sir, it's just a motion.
Okay. Any discussion on that before that happens? No. No, without objection. Okay, Mr. Rivera?
Sorry to be snarky, but I just wanted to double check with my colleague. Should I be voting yes on this?
Let me count it and I'll vote for you.
Who was the second on that one?
Mr. Rivera was.
No. Was he? Mr. Constant, were you the second on that motion?
Sure, sir.
Okay. So we had a motion to extend this to the 18th of December. Mr. Weddleton, do you want to speak to that motion?
Do we close the public hearing?
No, I
Public hearing.
apologize. That was a mistake on my part. We're moving to continue the public hearing until the 18th of December.
It's the same public hearing, not a second public hearing.
Same
Yes.
public.
That's right. Okay. All right. So that has been continued until the 18th of December. What's that? Oh, we do need to vote on that motion.
Oh, did you just vote? Were you unanimous?
Okay, I asked for unanimous consent.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I didn't hear it.
Seeing no opposition, that is continued.
Got it.
We are now on item 14K, ordinance number AO 2018-105, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly establishing the strict liability offenses of removal of identification marks and unlawful possession of misdemeanors under Anchorage Municipal Code. Assemblymember Constant. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? on this item. Oh my God.
The next one.
Well, there'll be another opportunity for you, sir. Thank you for your patience. All right. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Eugene Carl Hayman. I represent myself. I follow the public process. The public process done appropriately. Decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. I live in the Metzen Valley. I'll be very, very brief. Just to note that that you had a supposedly assembly committee meeting on this thing today, but you canceled it.
We did.
Okay. And my question, just respecting, I don't want to speak too long on this thing, is that you had it for a reason and then you canceled it. And one would think if you're going to have these meetings, you had something of thought you want to discuss more thoroughly on this thing, and you got this on the last thing on the agenda. So maybe I'm just wondering is what's going on, because why would you call for a meeting and you cancel it? And that's all I have to say.
Thank you for your testimony.
That was brief.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? All right. Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
So, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
I'm
not comfortable moving it. So,
I'd move we postpone consideration of this item until the next meeting, December 18th.
Do you have a second? Moved by Mr. Croft, seconded by Mr. Dyson. Is that a proper motion? Can we, without having it before it, can we postpone it till the next meeting, Madam Clerk?
Yes, you may.
Okay. I'll just say that I was the one that called for the work session. It was rescheduled due to the earthquake and then canceled today as a number of things were canceled. And I intend to have, I do intend to have a work session on this. So if my colleagues vote to postpone to the 18th, I will have a work session on this where we can discuss it a little bit, which I think is good policy when we're changing the criminal code. Mr. Croft, do you have any other? No. Mr. Trainee?
Just want to make sure I have a work session on it, sir.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion to postpone to the 18th? All right, please vote on that motion to postpone. That motion passes unanimously. All right, we now have a number of items we need to bring up that were delayed. You should all have a packet in front of you for a number of liquor licenses. Madam Clerk, if you could help walk through this with me and Mr. Croft so we get the right ones before us.
I think we do.
These 6, 7.
Okay.
I think, Mr. Chairman, move 9D6 for introduction. Is that what we need to do, Madam Clerk?
You are just a little bit ahead of me.
Oh, I've got it right here. Okay.
Okay, do you have it?
Yeah, so we pull and move, pull and move.
They've already been pulled. Now
Yep.
they need to be moved.
That's right. So moved by Mr. Croft. Who was the second on that one? Seconded by Mr. Peterson. Now, these items do not have public testimony. So what is the will of the body?
Quick question.
Mr.
Do they need to be read?
Oh, that would be helpful if you could just read the title.
Poor Eric.
Okay, Mr. Croft, please
Sorry.
read 96 into the
You
record.
want to? Go ahead. All right. 2019 to 2020 liquor license renewals, beverage dispensary license, Chili's Bar and Grill, LL number 321, Don Jose's Mexican Restaurant, LL number 3311, Riley's, LL number 216, The Cabin Tavern, LL number 970, The Raven, LL number 4003, beverage dispensary public convenience license, Double Muskie Inn, LL number 1551, restaurant eating place license, Arigato Japanese Restaurant, LL number 2662, KK Hometown Restaurant, LL 4150, Thai Village Restaurant, LL 3576, Twin Dragon, LL number 733, package store license, Peters Creek Liquor, LL number 855, club license, American Vets, AmVets, post number 2, LL 2943, recreational site license, George Sullivan Arena, LL number 1842, various community councils.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. So it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? All right, seeing no discussion, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now at item 9D7.
Move item 9D7, which is 219 to 20 liquor license renewals, beverage dispensary license, F Street Station LL number 762, Pioneer Bar LL number 866, William A. Egan Civic and Convention Center LL 3234, Hard Rock Cafe LL number 4157, all in the Downtown Community Council.
What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Who's, okay, let's,
Actually, Mr. Croft moved originally, and Mr. Peterson seconded.
okay. So I think what we're going to do, I'm going to be reading them, and we'll just do it like they're normally pulled items. So Mr. Croft, you're off the hook.
Thanks.
Any discussion on this item? Not seeing any, please vote on this item.
Thank you.
Mr. Weddleton? That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 9D8, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 754-2018, 2019 to 2020 application for transfer of ownership of beverage dispensary liquor license number 4003 for
I think we have to read, man.
Richard Kaiser doing business as the Raven Bar, Fairview Community Council. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. The Fairview Community Council has a lot of challenges, and they're not shy to do their work. And when these gentlemen came forward to ask for the support of the Community Council, it got a little dicey there because there wasn't a lot of data to demonstrate whether they were good operators or not. And so I quickly texted Deputy Chief McCoy, and he got back to me, and over the course of a year, they had less than 3 calls for service, as opposed to some entities in the neighborhood who have hundreds. So the community is strongly in support, and this is a bar that has been in existence for a long time, and the owner died, and the license went through estate. And so these gentlemen are intending to maintain a tradition that is long held in the neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any other discussion on this item? All right, not seeing any. Please vote on this item.
Just a second, Mr. Chair. We're ready to vote.
Okay. Please vote. That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 9D9, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 755-2018, 2019 to 2020 application for transfer of ownership of beverage dispensary license number 4003 for S&R Investments Incorporated doing business as the Raven Bar, Fairview Community Council. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Not seeing any, please vote on this item. That passes 10-0. Man, Barbara, why are we putting it and not moving?
It's just a report. It's just a report, so we'll just put it on the agenda for the next meeting.
Okay. And the same, and the rest of
all of those. We're just going to put them on the next agenda.
all of the next items that were pulled, we're not going to move tonight, and the clerk is going to put them on the next meeting's agenda. So with that, we are.
On item 17, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
To approve the consent agenda.
Yeah, we did.
Did you know I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, but I don't show that you voted on it?
Okay.
What I think happened was, Mr. Trainee moved to change the order of the day.
Okay.
And I think we got a little confused there.
Can we vote on it now?
Yes, I would like that.
Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. LaFrance. We just, I think in the sort of chaos when we realized that we had some items missing, we didn't actually take the vote. So please take that vote now. That the consent agenda passes 10-0. Okay, so we have completed our regular agenda. Special orders, there are none. Now is the time for audience participation. So, sir, if you want to testify, you'll have 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
3 months? Are you crazy?
3 minutes now.
Chair.
I ask you to keep it respectful, or I will shut it down.
I think you guys are doing a great job. The mayor's doing a great job. It was a rough weekend, Like, it shouldn't have been like an earthquake. It'd be like a tornado in my house. But,
state your name for the record, please.
my name's Tom Layden. I had a trip planned for this day. I was going to be in the States, and Mr. Baltazar had asked me if I could come and speak on his behalf, and I said, why not? He's a friend of mine. I've done business with him. And you guys are supposed to be neutral here. When I come here, it's neutral. You know what I'm saying? I'm speaking on somebody's behalf. For Mr. Constant to attack me and my wife and my family, basically, and I've never even talked to this man. I've never talked to him, never had a conversation with him. I don't even know him. My wife doesn't know him. And I'll be more than happy to talk to you about any issues that you have. My brother owns it. He doesn't own it, but he rents that shop. He's been there. He's 100% control of that shop, okay? 13th and Gamble, I own that, the shop. If there's anything wrong, I'll address anything. I'm about making everything right. But that is such a gutter location area with the cars, Safeway, and everything. Like, there's nothing that can be done in that block until you get rid of all those people that just hang out there and just do nothing. They piss, crap, they do whatever there, 4th Avenue. So, but for me to come here and to take my time to come to the assembly, because I think you guys are doing a great job, for somebody to say, oh, well, what about this and this and this, when I'm trying to help Mr. Baltazar get his rezoning done. What would happen if somehow it went 5-5 or 6-4 against Mr. Baltazar? He's got $1.5 million invested in his property, and then he says, Tom, boy, I wish you wouldn't have came to this meeting today. How do you think he would have felt? You know what I'm saying? Or how do you think I would have felt? I mean, and like I said, he doesn't know me. I got 4 college-educated students, man. They graduated college. My daughter worked for Bob Gillum, got economics and a master's, debate champion at UA. My daughter, South Central Foundation, backpacked South America for a year, volunteered for the Rio Olympics, did the Antarctic expedition, backpacks all over Alaska. My son works for a big company in Austin, Texas with an accounting degree. My son worked at the museum in the summer, just got his degree at UAA. You don't even know me to make a statement like that. That's strong. That's why I'm here. I don't back up against nobody. But I gave you my phone number. If you have an issue with me or my wife or my family, I'd be more than happy to take on anybody in here. Anytime you call me up, and we'll have a conversation. And I'm very reasonable. And like I said, I grew up in New York. I grew up in the ghetto, grew up in the projects. Nobody gave me nothing. I didn't have no dad, alcoholic. He got burnt up when I was 8 years old, looked like Frankenstein. That didn't slow me down. I came here in 82. I grinding. Am I perfect? No. Am I broke all the time? Absolutely. Okay? I mean, these property taxes are killing me, guys. I mean, let's get a sales tax. I mean, that's why I can't do all the things I want to do, because I can't raise the rents. I can't get the rents, because every year it's more and more and more. And then they're giving exemptions to more exemptions. But who's really built Alaska? Who's built Anchorage? It's people like businessmen like Mr. Weldon. I remember when his building was for sale over there in Spinard. I could have bought it on a deal, but it needed a little bit too much work for me, and I couldn't put that kind of money into it. But he made a very nice place out of it. But I am not perfect. I make mistakes. But like I said, I do the best I can. But when somebody attacks me or doesn't know me, but I like to apologize to Mr. Constant. You don't know, but you have my phone number, and I'll be more than happy to get with you and resolve this. If there's anything that I need to do, I'm all about it. I want to do it. Trust me. I want everybody to be happy.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we have a couple of...
Great job.
So hold on, we got a couple questions for you. Mr. Dyson, are you in the queue to speak with this gentleman here? No. Okay, Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. So, Mr. Layden, I don't have your number. You don't have to read it into the record. We can exchange it. But I don't know you. But I know your properties, and I know that you're the owner of them by your name, because your neighbors have called me, and your neighbors have concerns, and some of them very loud, and like dozens of calls. And I just don't even know you, so I've just handed it to code enforcement and talked to them. But what I would recommend for you, and we can talk after, is there are 3 groups: the Fairview Community Council, the Downtown Community Council, and there's a group called the East Downtown Action Group. Those guys are the ones that are working really hard to take a place that people believe is never going to improve, trying to improve it. And they're your neighbors down there.
Okay.
And there's a lot of them that are trying, and they could use your help.
I've been to the Fairview Community Councils. It was too biased. Everybody had their own different agenda. I was there for years. You know what I'm saying? And some things work and some things don't. But my number is 727-5644. I'll be more than happy to get with you. I just want everybody to be happy. If I got to move something, whatever it takes. It's not a big deal.
All right.
I just tell my brother to do it. That's it. He got no choice.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, sir. Thank you for waiting. Appreciate it. Anyone else like to testify on, or not, anyone else like to participate? Please state your name for the record.
My name is Eugene Harnett from Eagle River. I can introduce myself?
Yeah.
I'm thinking about the empty seat that's here for Amy. So I didn't think I'd be coming here to say hello, but I wanted to say hello.
Okay.
Because I'm committed to my community, my family. I've lived there about 30 years now, raised 5 boys. I've owned businesses. I still do. I've been on the Transportation Commission here.
So, sir, I'm sorry.
So I'm just introducing myself, and I don't know if I'm out of order or not. But
yeah, I should have mentioned. I misunderstood what you were saying. If you have a particular matter you want to talk about, that's fine for tonight. We passed a resolution actually today on the consent agenda. It sets out a process by which we're going to select the interim appointment.
Yeah.
And it'll open tomorrow actually, and for people watching at home, we're going to do a press release with details tomorrow. But basically, the application period will open. We'll take all qualified, anyone who lives in the district and is of the appropriate age. And then we're going to have a special meeting on the 20th of this month to make that appointment. But if you're interested in that seat, please submit an application to the clerk's office. Do you have anything to add to that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Chair, they do need to live in the district and be 18, that is correct, but they also need to be a registered voter. The requirement for living in the district is the last year, and they also have to commit to staying in the district for the term of the office.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. I'm sorry to take your time.
No, it's fine, and I know that there were some questions about that process. Is there anything else you want to talk about that doesn't have to do with the appointment tonight?
I think you guys did a great job. I actually came here to see if I could actually sit through this whole meeting. And I wasn't bored at all, so I appreciate that. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, that's definitely one of the qualifications. Anyone else like to testify or participate? All right, on an item not addressed tonight. Go ahead.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Madison Valley. I follow the public process. The public process done appropriately. The decision made by the governing body is more like in the public interest. Friday morning, like you all, we all witnessed an earthquake. It was dark when it happened. Sunrise was about an hour later. But for the people, over 100,000 people in the Matsu borough, it would continue to be dark. Not until 5 o'clock last night when the borough held a press conference. We were in the dark of what's going on, and we didn't know what's going on, and that creates a big unknown and quite uncomfortable to be in that situation. But respect, Municipality of Anchorage did a complete opposite. Witnessed a situation which I followed online, where there was regular press conferences, there was emergency rooms they had set up, and I was with Assembly members a few weeks ago, earlier with 3 members, and we saw that type of room it was, so I was very familiar with that room. And I commend the administration and the Assembly for following through the way that they have done in creating a situation that, unfortunately, for residents in the Matsu borough, we were very frightened. Of course, you were, but when you have an unknown out there, not knowing what's going on, and not talking to the mic until press conference 5 o'clock last night, that created a really difficult situation for all of us. And then I'll read a further note, and I'm not sure, I see how much time I got, good. Well, with that credit, I'm sorry the mayor wasn't here, but I am concerned. You did do something that was strikingly unfortunate. And I do commend KTVA because I caught it online, the video. You had an assembly meeting Sunday in the morning. There was no notice. There was nothing to note out there. I remember there was no agenda, nothing online about this, and you passed a deal dealing with this emergency that would be retired at 10 o'clock tonight, but nothing online. I took photographs on my iPhone. But the scenario was, and I heard the words from its attorney, which said that they're complying with the law, and it says that they don't have to put out a notice and all that stuff. You can just provide a waiver. Well, I'm sorry, you do have to comply. You did not provide a reasonable opportunity for the public to be heard on this matter. It's that state law. Reasonable is not zero notice, not zero opportunity to be heard, and you did break the law. And I realize this was an emergency, but you were in contempt, and that is serious, and I'm putting that on the record. But again, back to the good thing you've done, is you did create a comfortable situation for the people in the city about what's going on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. Anyone else like to participate from the audience? Okay, I'll state for the record, we were not in contempt. We did not break the law. We followed the law for emergency declarations.
You were.
We have assembly comments now, Mr. Trainee. Would anyone else like to participate? Audience participation? All right. We will now do assembly comments. We'll start with you, Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to take a few minutes to tell you what the world was like 77 years ago. World War II, scholars argue about when it started, maybe when Mussolini invaded Egypt and Ethiopia, when the Japanese rolled into China, Manchuria, North Korea, and maybe 1939 when Hitler rolled into Poland across the plains. By 1941, Hitler had conquered all of Western Europe, had tried to invade Great Britain and lost the air war over Great Britain, which is often called the Battle of Great Britain. The Japanese had moved further south. Both the Germans and the Japanese were headed for the oil fields. For the Germans, it was the Caucasus, famous Pulaski oil fields. The Japanese were rolling south towards Indonesia and the oil fields there. Our president, goaded by his brilliant and strong wife, was really pushing for to do all that we could to join the battle against the Axis triumvirate of Japan, Italy, and the Germans. And but there was a very strong isolationist peace at all costs movement in our country, led by Charles Lindbergh and Henry Ford, and it was politically very difficult. Roosevelt, probably guided and driven by his wife, was doing everything he possibly could to get supplies to Great Britain. By 1941, 60% of the vessels headed for Great Britain were being lost at sea in the Battle of the Atlantic, and it was a very desperate time. So that was the situation, and Great Britain literally was the only one holding out against that triumvirate of powers. Some of the British colonies, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, India, were at least nominally, and some of them fighting valiantly on the side of the Brits, but the balance of power was hanging it. So on December 7th, the Japanese attacked. Well, Roosevelt had an embargo on oil and steel going to Japan, partly to protest their involvement in China. But for Japan, they had no independent oil supply. And so they saw America having a hold of their jugular vein. And so Yamamoto, a brilliant man who was actually went to school with our mayor at Harvard at different times. And I'm sure they shared the same classroom, maybe the same chair. But both of them were great friends of America. Yamamoto strongly recommended to the Bushido clan of the warriors in Japan to not mess with the U.S. And he said, these are fiercely independent people and immensely powerful. And he was overridden, and he engineered the bombing of Pearl Harbor. So Roosevelt rightly said, this is a day that will live in infamy. And it was a comedy of errors, or a combination of errors, that partially on our part, that allowed that to happen, and the tremendous stupid maneuvers that were done by both the Brits and the U.S. in Southeast Asia. But be that as it may, that it happened. So Yamamoto, Ethan's old classmate, said that he told the leadership he would be able to run wild in the Pacific for 12, 14 months, but the industrial might of the Americans would overtake them. So on early first 2 days of May 1942, the Japanese were headed to invade Port Moresby in their next step to Australia. And the Americans knew they were coming, and it was the famous Battle of the Coral Sea. First battle in history, naval battle, where the ships never saw each other. It was totally a battle in the air. 4 months after a significant portion of our fleet was put out of commission, the U.S. fought them to a draw in the Battle of the Coral Sea. We lost the Lexington, one of our carriers. The Yorktown was put out of commission for 4.5 months. And 1 month later, almost to the hour, was the famous Battle of Midway. And once again, the ships never saw each other. But that absolutely stopped the Japanese expansion. And that's 5 months after the start of the war. Even Yamamoto underestimated how quickly and how powerfully the U.S. could respond. So that's what America was like 77 years ago tonight. And the world changed, 3.5 days. And the West went from fighting a desperate resistance in places like France and so on, and without hope. And Churchill said famously, there'll always be in England. We'll fight them on the beaches, we'll fight them in the streets and the fields, and there'll always be in England. Tens of thousands of Americans rounded up all the shotguns and rifles and handguns that were in their closet and sent hundreds of thousands of weapons to Great Britain for the English people who had stupid, strong gun control laws, and for them to be able to defend themselves. So that's what happened, and it was a changing in the world of history, and I'd like you to think about that 3 days from now. It's a little bit it drilled into me because early Sunday morning, December 7th, 1941, my parents were immigrating to the U.S. from Canada. And my dad says that they closed the gate 3 or 4 cars behind us, and so I had watched, certainly as a child, but the transformation. We lived in South Park, Seattle, and right across the river, the Duwamish River, was Boeing Plant 1. Literally within weeks, the thing was covered with camouflage, and instead of looking like huge industrial buildings, it looked like a hill with houses and trees and streets on it. Cars had slits for headlights. We had blackout drills, knowing that the enemy might want to bomb the Boeing Aircraft Company, and so on and so forth. So then the last thing was I saw a bit through my immigrant father's eyes, watching this magnificent country that we are a part of wake up and get ready for war. And it was a marvelous effort. And, millions of men and some women went off to war. And the women did the manufacturing. You all saw posters, hopefully, of Rosie the Riveter. She worked just across the river from me there, and so on. So it's just a point at which we can look back at what happens when the character, the strength, and the integrity of the American people is challenged, and we always rise to the occasion. We do all kinds of stupid things, including to one another. We're given a challenge. It has been given to us to live with a right gang at the right time. And so I just encourage you to think about all that for what it's worth 3 days from now.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. All right. Next, we have Mr. Constant. Do you have any comments this evening?
Of course. I can't not comment on that briefly, of course. So, yesterday I was in Hawaii, that place that you asked us to remember 3 days from now, and I was struck by how Alaska did, or Anchorage, and this region did come together in a time when everything shook. And the most notable thing that I saw was, and just my perception through social media, of course, was that that exact thing happened here in our own small way. And I have a neighbor who made a comment that her neighbor, who happens to be the neighbor of the person who sat in this chair before me, had talked to them for the first time in 50 years. They've had a family feud between the two of them. But this incident brought them together, and they came and worked together to help repair their other neighbor's house. And so I think that your memory is well placed, and we're living in that time again. And my hope, of course, is that the gates aren't closed behind anybody else in need. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Peterson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to start talking about the 100 Years' War, but I don't know if we want to stay here that long this evening. I did see ice skaters out ice skating in our wonderful new Chasnu Muldoon Park on my way here today, and so I'm hoping that we don't get a big dumping of snow so they don't get to ice skate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Trainee.
Just glad to be back. Some of you aren't, but I am.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, I don't normally do assembly comments, but I would like to say that I do not plan to run for re-election to my West Side Assembly seat. I wanted to announce that in enough time for other candidates to think about it and come forward. West Side has a whole bunch of wonderful people, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of people interested in this. I've set a relatively low bar, which Ms. Quinn Davidson is raising, and so I'm sure they'll be able to exceed it as well. The main reason I've really enjoyed both 3 years on the school board and then the last 3 years almost on the assembly, and really enjoyed this crew and how they operate. I've said it before, but I think we do the public, I said it again today, we do the public process better than I've ever seen it done. We're not perfect at it, but we really try. We're sometimes even, I think, too responsive, hyper-responsive to 2 or 3 people here, and that's a kind of good thing. I would like us to stay on course more, maybe, but I do like how responsive this body is to public testimony, how low to the ground, if you will, how much we see people in grocery stores and how responsive we are. It's mainly because we've got one child in college, another heading there, maybe our first child heading for grad school, and those are very expensive. Joanna's been making most of the money to fund this operation. You can make money in this job or in the State House, a lot of it, just not if you do it right. And I haven't made much at it. Relatively proud of that. I have heard some men find it unpleasant or awkward if their wife makes a whole bunch more money than them. I don't understand that at all, but it's really, really nice. But I do think it's time for me to contribute some to what we got going. We're proud of what our children are doing. And so I will miss you, but I'll still be here through April. We have, in the process of downsizing, found a house that is really near where I grew up and just outside of the district, but we still have the old house. You may have seen an email from Mr. Neese, but anyway, we're keeping the old house and doing a slow kind of looking through all our old stuff and giving it away or throwing it away or moving it if it's valuable. So I wanted to make that announcement so people could plan. And this is kind of fun. I hadn't really done this, so maybe I'll just be talking a lot at the end of every meeting. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. I have no comments. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eric, we will surely miss you. And I would just add my gratitude to the fact that everyone in our community is safe after Friday's event, and gratitude to all those who've been working, in some cases, 24/7 to make sure we return to normal quickly. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Just quickly, so we'll have plenty of time to talk about Eric, but he's pretty much my favorite part of this, so I'm really sad.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since I've been snarky most of the evening, I might as well end on that note and provide a quick lesson on how to pronounce my name. So if you want to pronounce it in the traditional Spanish, which I don't suggest you do because you're going to ruin it, it's Rivera. But if you don't want to try that, Rivera is fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton?
You pronounce that very well, thank you. No big comment, but because it comes in lots of interpretations. So I've sent 2 markers down this way with Amy Demboski's nameplate, and if we all signed it, I think it'd be nice, and maybe Fred could deliver it or somehow get it to her.
Oh, Miss Jones informs me that she'll probably be here at the next meeting. I think someone is going to put a resolution forward to honor her. But that's a great idea. I haven't seen it yet. Oh, I guess it's right there. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Weddleton? All right. With that, I will entertain. Oh, do you have anything else, Ms. Jones? Okay. Entertain a motion to adjourn. We're adjourned.